This House is now in session. When the suspension was called, we were on order number 6, and to that we'll return. The member for St. Michael West, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to everybody. I should like to begin my response to the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance relative to the financial statements and budgetary proposals of yesterday by reflecting on the context in which these proposals and the estimates of revenue and expenditure upon which they attend are located. I'd like to make a reference at the outset, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to the global context in which I think the measures of yesterday and the proposals for expenditure and revenue for this year are to be considered. Global economic growth is expected to decline to 3% this year. This is a movement down from an earlier forecast of 3.5% in November. In fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it represents a steeper drop from an earlier prediction of 3.7%. The clear trend is downward. This is particularly so in the EU, the European context. Dwindling business confidence and policy uncertainty are driving this decline. It is acknowledged. Germany, one of the stronger, or perhaps the strongest economy in the EU, fell from 1% to 0.7%. It is to be noted that this government, through the Ministry of Tourism, is looking now to Lufthansa airline for increased airlift into Barbados so that we might more meaningfully tap into the markets of Europe. The concern, therefore, with that particular ministry would be that the economic circumstance in Europe, and especially Germany, becomes such that the potential that we realize today ceases to diminish, ceases to exist, or to some extent is diminished over the next while. Britain's decline is predicted to be in the order of a movement from 1.4% growth to 0.8%. This, in fact, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the first time that that growth index falls below 1% since 2009, and that was in the wake of the global economic crisis. This is a projection in the context of an orderly Brexit. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's even more heightened uncertainty in recent days over the future of the UK and its position in the EU. An untidy Brexit would result in increased costs to consumers, contraction in spending, and it would retard any investment impulse now existing. Should there be a no-deal Brexit, then an even steeper decline is anticipated. Already, Mr. Deputy Speaker, among some, there is even an imagined recession possible for the UK. Then, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there's a matter of the China-US trade tensions. The slowdown in the Chinese economy and the US-China trade tensions and tariff war potentially would significantly impact global trade, influencing negatively commodity prices and the cost of manufacturing inputs. This is imported price inflation to a region such as ours, on top of tax-related domestic price increases. A strong US dollar will be counterproductive to international investment chances for jurisdictions such as the Caribbean and Barbados, potentially harming Barbados' appeal to investment sources located in the jurisdictions with the same issue, with a weaker dollar vis-a-vis the US dollar. This has to do with the issue of reconversion and repatriation of profits. You know how these things work, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and those who invest out of those developed country contexts into contexts such as ours do expect that a measure of that which is earned is converted or reconverted and repatriated to home base. A strong US dollar will mean more expensive exports for Barbados into weaker dollar markets, diminishing therefore the potential for export into such contexts. Barbados has some unsettled debt issues in the external credit markets. A stronger US dollar also will create increased pressure associated with our debt repayment schedule vis-a-vis our external creditors. And Venezuela must be mentioned. It is a tense situation quite close to us, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In the wider Caribbean region, the volatile social, economic, and political situation in Venezuela could quite easily escalate to a degree that results in undesirable consequences for the East Caribbean sub-region. Already, even with events having developed only to the stage that they have, if I might so conservatively describe it, places like Trinidad, in fact, feel the pressure already of movement of people, with multiple numbers of Venezuelans now resident in that sister island state for us. The above factors all together profile a context potentially unfavorable to Barbados' economic plans and our aspirations. A part of the context in which we need to assess the measures presented yesterday, the presentation of the Honourable Prime Minister, Minister of Finance yesterday, and the substance of the estimates, the numbers, which reflect that substance of a few weeks ago. The immediate context of this budget and our estimates of revenue and expenditure is BERT, the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan, commonly referred to as BERT. That is part of the context that has to be considered. The essential pillars of the BERT construct are the attainment and the retention of a 6% primary surplus, severe fiscal adjustments and stabilization, massive debt restructuring, recovery of our foreign reserves positioned to a state of health, and significant fiscal, regulatory, and scheduling benchmarks. I would wish to quote from the IMF on this particular matter, IMF report. The government's ability, Barbados' government's ability to sustain high primary surplus over several years is a matter which is untested. Growth can be weaker than projected if fiscal multipliers are higher than expected. State-owned enterprises and the reforms associated with those institutions will require considerable commitment. The debt restructuring proposed is also risky. These are the thoughts of the International Monetary Fund with reference to Barbados and with reference further to the BERT program. SOE, state-owned enterprises, and the reforms associated therewith will require considerable commitment. The debt restructuring proposal is also risky. The inclusion of Treasury bills in the operation may hamper liquidity management, both in relation to the Central Bank of Barbados and the commercial banks. Credibility and confidence in the system, Mr. Deputy Speaker, therefore become an issue thereafter in terms of market resuscitation and revival. End of quote. 9.5 months beyond the last budget presented here, and about 6 months or so into the arrangement with the IMF, means that the trajectory of the estimates and the budget yesterday presented is established within the context of the BERT framework. The BERT program is located in an extended fund facility into which Barbados has entered with the International Monetary Fund. Extended fund facilities, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are economic programs which generally run for 3 years and are aimed at overcoming balance of payments difficulties resulting from macroeconomic and structural programs. Specific elements, though, in that framework entail the already mentioned achievement and maintenance of a 6% primary surplus, debt restructure of a major magnitude, expenditure reduction in the public service, reforms in state-owned enterprises, reliance on international financial institutional lending support to prop up the foreign reserves, and for policy-based initiatives and programs to be facilitated. Sub-elements of the above include painful retrenchment, increased taxation, the application of user fees, divestment, privatization, or consolidation with respect to state-operated entities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the significance of attaining and maintaining the primary surplus of 6% means that government must engage in having embarked upon a prolonged period of austerity program. Austerity essentially creates a deflationary effect on the economy by reducing aggregate demand, and the entire economy could possibly begin to contract. In fact, we have witnessed some such contraction to date. by reducing public expenditure has increased, and reducing private expenditure, that's increased taxes. This has a knock-on effect within the economy. How large that effect is, how critical to knowing how much the economy contracts when the government spending is reduced, becomes an issue over which we should all be concerned. Therefore, if austerity measures are not counteracted with prospects of growth, this could lead to the economy falling into a recession. Barbados already has a challenge by increasing purchasing power of consumers. As a standalone, this is likely to be counterproductive. Consumer spending will likely evolve two scenarios: a leakage on foreign exchange due to the high import content of our domestic consumption patterns. This in turn will not increase significant demand for local products, local produce, and services as well. Serious consideration, perhaps, some would suggest, could have been given to invoking Article 43 of the revised Treaty of Chaguaramas as part of our response to the crisis with which we are faced. Mr. Speaker, Article 43 looks at the matter of restrictions to safeguard balance of payments, and it states, 1, in the event of serious balance of payments and external financial difficulties or threat thereof, a member state may, consistently with its international obligations and subject to paragraph 5 of this article, adopt or maintain restrictions to address such difficulties. 2, the restrictions which may be adopted or maintained pursuant to paragraph 1 of this article may include quantitative restrictions on imports, restrictions on the right of establishment, restrictions on the right to provide services, restrictions on the right to move capital or payments and transfers for transactions connected therewith. However, such restrictions are permitted within the context of this article. Mr. Speaker, recourse could also perhaps have been made to Article 12 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, essentially making similar provisions for application for leave to implement import restrictions. Mr. Speaker, growth is a process which takes place over time. It is driven by fiscal, monetary policies, regulatory facilitation, creation of capital injection opportunities. Small economies phase things in rather than seek to see significant turnaround overnight. You do not make these massive adjustments overnight. Some would suggest this is a Sinclair model of the past, a model that has proven multiple times to have failed. Mr. Speaker, tax and spend is not either the answer. You cannot attempt simply to stabilize in the face of a multiplicity of challenges. You cannot simply devise one set of policy solutions that is fiscal only. This administration came to office facing a balance of payments problem, colliding with a low growth phenomenon and high debt ratio features. You cannot attempt only to solve one problem. Stabilization cannot be the end game. Stabilization in and of itself cannot be the end game. Sectoral growth triggers are vital, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Tax imposts of a too severe nature will stifle, inevitably, growth prospects. Mr. Deputy Speaker, from 2012 to 2017, gross public debt rose from 9.6 billion to 13.3 billion, an increase of 4 billion approximately, or 41%. Most of this debt was accumulated through the issuance of government securities in order for the then government to raise financing. Financing was being used, unfortunately, to service recurrent expenditure, which in a small, open economy is redirected to consumption and increases demand for imports, consequently reducing the island's foreign reserves, which reached a low of 6 weeks of import during the year 2017. 74%, 9.2 billion of government debt is locally held. The other 26% is externally held. Of the 74% that is locally held, the majority is held by a national insurance scheme. Central bank debt holding was reduced by 1.5 billion, 43%, while NIS was by 580 million. At the end of 2018, the debt profile is as I should outline. End of 2018, moving from 13 billion 2017 to 12 in 2018 gross central bank government debt. Domestic debt 10 billion to 9 billion. Central bank 2 billion to 703 million. Commercial banks 2.1 billion to 2.3. National insurance from 3.5 to 2.9. Insurance companies from 527 million to 1 billion, and so forth. Our external debt moved from 3.003 billion, 3.2. We can go on with those figures, but the picture we're painting is that we're faced with a serious debt problem. Debt to GDP increased from 119% in 2012 to 148% in 2017. A prudent level of debt to GDP is suggested to be approximately 60%. And I think that that is the aim of the current administration in terms of an achievement over time. Within the context of Barbados, the rise in debt to GDP was accompanied by declining foreign reserves and sovereign credit rating. Standard & Poor's a CCC+, Moody a Caa3. To reduce the debt, government chose to restructure it. However, Mr. Deputy Speaker, debt restructuring does not necessarily allow you then to find yourself in a position where you can easily have access to international markets for financing in the pursuit of economic growth. What has to be considered instead, applying a standardized rule to bring the debt down to 60% of GDP by 2033. Stress testing should be encouraged to determine a prudent level of debt to GDP ratio for Barbados. As of 2018, with a debt to GDP level of 127%, Barbados has the 8th highest debt to GDP level globally. The debt restructuring exercise also included external debt instruments. However, negotiations have yet we are advised to be concluded. Also, external debt has risen from $3 billion in 2017 to $3.2 billion in 2018, mostly through an increased debt of $268 million with international financial institutions. Fiscal deficit, Mr. Speaker, since 2015-2016 has been on a downward trajectory, 863.4 as a central bank estimated 2015-2016 to 2016-2017, 524.1, 2017-2018, 450.2, 2018-2019, 373.3. Estimates 2019-2020, 66. And all these, Mr. Speaker, are, of course, in a minus. This, however, is due to increases in total revenue from $2.4 billion 2015, again the estimates of the Central Bank of Barbados, $2.7 billion in 2017, $2.8 billion in 2018, $2.84 billion the estimates of 2019-2020. And current expenditure is at the same time remaining flat. $3.8 in 2015, $3.5 in 2016. We're talking billions of dollars, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 3.1, 2017, 3.2. Estimated 2019, 2020. This assessment of the fiscal balance shows that despite the improvement of the fiscal deficit, it is due to increased taxes rather than significant expenditure reductions. Government's debt restructuring has asked the domestic market to revise $3 billion debt. The main actors impacted include the Central Bank of Barbados, as we intimated, the National Insurance Scheme, vulnerable groups such as pensioners. The implications of the debt restructuring have reduced the income and wealth of private citizens. Businesses have to write off their debts to government, therefore placing them in a precarious position. Therefore, layoffs and low involvement are imminent and reduces, of course, that scenario, that particular context, their capacity for growth. The Central Bank and the National Insurance have also been placed in positions where they will need to be recapitalized. The NIS's lack of updated audited financials is a serious matter to be addressed, and we have raised that right on the floor of this honourable chamber. Given the loss of investment and the continued burden on the fund, given the possible increases in claims due to rising unemployment, recapitalizing both institutions, the Central Bank and the National Insurance Scheme, will be difficult as the government has no access to local and international market for financing, and it must retain the primary balance of 6%. As mentioned earlier, the recapitalizing of the Central Bank by 2020 will prove effectively to be very challenging. At present, government has no options as it relates to issuing financial instruments and limited fiscal space, and it is critical to find out how much investment the Central Bank of Barbados still holds, and if the return on investment is sufficient and maturing sufficiently in the short-term period, that is the next year, to prevent any signs of financial instability. Central Bank recorded in its report of 2017 a profit of Barbados $46.9 million compared to 27.1 in 2016. The bank's foreign income was again depressed by low coupons and the decline in the national reserves available for investment. However, the improved financial performance reflected the impact of the increased holdings of domestic treasury bills and debentures. The bank remained active in the primary treasury bill market, mainly to roll over existing holdings of treasury bills, particularly during the last 3 quarters of that year. At year-end, the bank's holdings of treasury bills stood at $1.3 billion, partly due to the reinvestment of maturing medium-term securities securities holdings into treasury bills. Total reserve of the external assets, $493,617. Total assets of $2.4 billion, of which 80% is local assets. T-bills and debentures, $1.9 billion. Given such a large amount of the central bank's local asset base is held in T-bills and debentures, it is critical for government to find a mechanism to compensate the loss in assets to central bank. A better analysis of the losses can be done once the central bank 2018 report is published, or some preliminary data is given on the impact of the losses of the bank. NIS funds, recapitalization after debt, restructure losses. Similar to the central bank, the NIS held a large amount of government debt. Unlike the central bank, which has updated financial statements, the NIS does not. And I am sure my honorable charming friend from St. Michael, West Central, will see that that is corrected with soon dispatch. This makes the fund even more susceptible for financial instability post-restructuring, as there isn't a clear financial picture of the position of the fund since 2014 or even before. In its 15th actuarial review, the fund states that at the end of 2014, 71% of the fund's assets were held in government bonds, treasury notes, treasury bills. Given the majority of government revenue comes from the same sources of NIS contributions, the high exposure to government debt raises additional concerns on the effects of an overall economy when government actually meets its debt obligations to the NIS. Where the government meets its obligations through taxes or defaults, forcing the NIS to increase its contribution, the burden of meeting future NIS obligations will fall on workers and employers. Therefore, increased debt financed by NIS compromises the NIS's ability to meet its pension obligations, potentially in the medium term and in the long term. Number of questions. Mr. Honourable Deputy Speaker, arise here. How will the administration recapitalize the fund to stabilize it in the face of its losses? Will the rate of contributions need to be further increased? And if so, by how much? Will the age of eligibility increase to protect the liquidity of the fund? Has the aging population, voluntary retirement of public workers, and increased unemployment been included in the projections of the fund, taking into account the debt restructuring losses? The above snapshots, Mr. Deputy Speaker, show just how exposed the NIS is to government debt and the significant impact the losses from debt restructuring will have on its portfolio, particularly the unemployment fund and the severance fund. This is a matter which should be dealt with some urgency. Expenditure cuts. Government's austerity program is expected to result in the retrenchment of between 1,500 and 2,500 public servants, depending on who's speaking. I've heard both numbers. The conservative number has been often more rendered by the Honourable Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. The higher number has more than once been mentioned by other voice, not represented in this chamber officially or otherwise. We've seen cuts in central government thus far, and we anticipate serious attack on the matter of transfers and other costs related to state-owned enterprises. Now, these state-owned enterprises account for 7.5% GDP. The aim is to reduce transfers by about 2% of GDP through a stronger oversight mechanism, cost reduction, including the wage bill, revenue enhancement, including user fees, and there's been mention of mergers, consolidation, and some form of divestment. Transfers have become a serious burden on the government's budget. They represent the single largest expenditure category. 39% of current expenditure last year. Transfers to state-owned enterprises amount to 58% of total transfers. But they provide for critical services such as transport, waste management, and other social policy and social service benefits. As we reflect on the estimates of expenditure, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it must be borne in mind that the estimates represent the outer limit of government's power to spend under parliamentary approval. I repeat that, because some people sometimes miss that reality. As we reflect on the estimates of expenditure, Mr. Speaker, it must be borne in mind that the estimates represent the outer limit of government's power to spend under parliamentary approval. It must be understood, therefore, that government can still employ further expenditure cuts, either through reduction in services or other programs, by simply not spending as much as to the extent as has been approved by Parliament. You got that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you got that. Parliament has approved X amount, and that represents the government's capacity and power to spend using an approved vote. Government, however, in the reality, can still cut expenditure despite the numbers by adjustments on programs, simply refusing or deciding, I should say, not to spend the money which has been approved by Parliament to the extent to which it has been voted. Now, this could very well be a mechanism employed to stay within the IMF-approved limits, even though monies would have been voted by this Parliament not too long ago. Now, if that is the case, I would urge the government, before this debate is ended, to give us further clarity and to tell us if that, in fact, is the case. We've been speaking about context, and I would wish to speak a little bit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about content. Now, we're told that there's a set of projects well advanced in their plan and application and with respect to funding. We're told these projects represent near $2 billion of investment, near 20% of our GDP. Their completion in a 3-year period, it is said, will yield 1,500 new hotel rooms, 300 new tourism jobs. Now, I humbly suggest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that we need some further clarity on government's position with respect to the Hilton. We're being told the government is not selling the Hilton, as the last administration apparently determined to do. We're told the government needs $40 million of injected, the Hilton needs $40 million of injected investment. We're told that having renegotiated the deal, I'm using the language of yesterday, made by the last administration, we have successfully renegotiated that deal so that government remains in full ownership. The $40 million investment still takes place, is funded by a share of new profits. In other words, and I'm quoting, profits over and above what the government is now receiving. Now, in that language is not clear to me, and maybe the fault lies with me, I admit. But I understand that the former government made some arrangement to sell. That deal is now a matter of past. But this government has indicated it is not interested in so doing. But I still would like to know if the government, the past administration, intended to sell, to whom it intended to sell the Hilton. What is the source of the $40 million? What is the source of the $40 million investment, which will still be inserted into the mix of things with reference to the Hilton? And what are the profit sharing arrangements of which the statement of yesterday spoke? It's just a question of clarification. The Hyatt, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we had heard yesterday that the liquidation center, a large building proximate to the original Hyatt site, has been compulsorily acquired. You should have listened well yesterday, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That was said. The question I would ask is, what is the market value of that old property? Are there any planning gains to be associated with the potential development relative to the Hyatt? What is the current status of the planning process around the Hyatt project? Controversy had swirled around this project relative to the need for an environmental impact assessment. We are now advised further that the development will be configured otherwise than originally planned, and with completely different proportions over a larger land space. So one would hope that the appropriate consultations with the community mostly impacted would have taken place, or that they are taking place, that the requisite studies would have been undertaken or are in the process of being undertaken, studies with reference to environmental, coastal, and community impact. Sam Lord's Castle, too, was mentioned yesterday. Yesterday's presentation suggests clearly the likelihood of the sale of Sam Lord's Castle. Now, this would perhaps be unfortunate if this option for sale prevailed over the equity investment arrangement option, which also seems to be in existence. Sam Lords is a property with high heritage value, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it comes with significant marketing characteristics. The Parliament, though, Mr. Deputy Speaker, needs to be updated on the property-related debt issues and the extent to which these debt issues have been tidied up. Reference was made, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as well, to a visionary undertaking, a 12-hotel stretch from Savannah to Paradise. I share the view that our beachfront constitutes a context of economic opportunity that must be prudently exploited for our national development interests and benefits. Such development may mean alternative use being found for existing structures, the removal of some structures, or the utilizing of open lots for tourism-related infrastructural development and activity. Notwithstanding such goals, caution must be embraced relative to the retention of recreational spaces, potential impact on coastal environment, coral reef formation, sewage and water resources. But, Mr. Speaker, the Paradise area is part of this envisioned development. It would be both remiss of me and perhaps a dereliction of duty not to again call for some information relative to the field project at Paradise. Information relative to the high level of national insurance funds invested in the project, over which there is still not full declaration as to the eventual outcome with respect to those funds and their investment in the project, and also government's guarantee of $120 million to the Answer Bank, Trinidad and Tobago. Now, Paradise, over the years, has had a lot of controversy attaching to the site. In more recent years, a lot of controversy attaching to the proposed project in its various phases. And I think Barbadians need to hear, to the extent that the information is available to this administration, what has become of the investment relative to the NIS funding and the government guarantee for the $120 million out of the bank in Trinidad. A word on reverse tax credit and compensatory income credit. Two measures referenced yesterday. Reverse tax credit, of which we are somewhat familiar. Compensatory income credit, with which we are less familiar and have been more now recently introduced, to which we have been more now recently introduced. These are two measures intended, as avowed by the government, to ease the cost burden on the poor. This by means of a compensatory income credit of $1,250 per year and a reverse tax credit of $1,300 annually. Now, while we hail these benefits and the attempt of the government to not only maintain the reverse tax credit, but also to facilitate the compensatory income credit. While we hail these attempts at the socioeconomic benefits, when one analyzes the net effect of those givebacks against the increase in bus fares, we realize from this analysis that it throws up somewhat of an added dimension of thought. Should, for instance, a commuter using 2 fares per day to get to work, to his job, to her job, 48 weeks in the year, at $35 per week, arrives at a figure somewhere around $1,680 annually. Set that off against the reverse tax credit. There's a net loss to that commuter of $380 in that year. If you set it off against the compensatory income credit, there is a net loss of $430. Now, that is using 2 bus fares, 1 bus, 2 trips for 1 person. But in many instances, people may pay more than 2 bus fares per day. And if you unfortunately pay 4 bus fares per day, and I say this in a context where we wait eagerly to hear the specifics of the concessionary measures which will accompany these existing measures to soften the blow on the poorest, as was promised yesterday. If you unfortunately pay 4 bus fares per day, situation becomes compounded. Naturally, do the maths and multiply the figures. And the commuter, the citizen, the traveler, comes out at a loss at the end of the year. And in fact, you're talking about benefits that accrue to you at the end of the year, so that you're expending upfront all year until you are compensated somewhat by this socioeconomic benefit being offered or afforded by the current administration. I'm concerned, Mr. Speaker, as to the picture of ad hocism in fiscal matters that seems to exist, ad hocism. I refer hotel VAT rate intended for January 2020, moving from 7 to 10% rather than 15%, at the behest, we understand, of those who are involved in the hotel sector. So you said it at 50, to move by January 2020 from 7% to 15%. You brought it back to 10% because those who are involved in the sector have suggested that the move from 7.5 to 15 is too steep a hill to climb. So you bring it back to 10%. At the same time as that proposed imposition of a 15% VAT, or a move from 7.5 to 15% VAT for January 2020, same time that proposal was made last year, it was said as a temporary measure until we reach that level of VAT in this context, there would be a room rate levy which would be temporarily applied. We're told now that that temporary room rate levy is now to be permanent, even as the VAT moves from 7.5 to 10. There's this move from corporation tax rate from 25% to 30% a matter of months ago. A matter of months ago. Almost before the ink could dry on those documents, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we were hearing that the tax rate, having moved from 25 to 30 in a couple of months, was then to be brought back to a point of 1.5 to 5%, varying down in those numbers, so that we could satisfy some requirements with respect to our overall tax rate, corporate tax rate, vis-a-vis domestic companies and national business companies, to satisfy international institutional requirements. So that was a change. I'm suggesting that one could easily think that there is ad hoc and impulse, ad hocism and impulse at work in these very important matters. I'm not saying that there is. I'm saying that that's the perception that one can easily arrive at. We had a 40% tax rate, Mr. Speaker, in the budget of June, first budget of June, applying to those earning $75,000 up. We're now doing away with that, if I understand the documents correctly. We're now doing away with that. We announced a debt restructure which captured in its net pensioners, a class of pensioners in Barbados relative to a specific category of security. They were caught in the net. And after hue and cry, government changed its position, albeit offering the explanation that it intended so to do, was waiting for a more convenient season. So debt restructure to pensioners was revised as well. There's the impression that there is ad hocism and impulse at work. We had a change in the water rates now to business, anticipated in the light of the new rate of 7.78 per cubic meter. I think that is what it is. This will bring government $24 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this year. And this explains, I imagine, the absence of provision in the estimates of expenditure through transfer for the Barbados Water Authority. And as an increase despite the cap and despite the promise of relief to businesses on the water rates, increased of last year when we introduced the sanitation and sewage tax and attached it to the process of billing for water. At July 1st, Mr. Deputy Speaker, 2019, the second tax band will be over $50,000 and at a rate of 33.5%. They were told that by January 2020, it will drop back to 28.5%. There seems to be a lot of movement, Mr. Deputy Speaker, a lot of fluctuation in tax policy, and I do not know that that makes for certainty and gives comfort either to the business community or to the private taxpayer. It almost suggests that the government is engaging in fiscal policy formulation by impulse. Whatever the driver, however, both individuals and businesses suffer injury. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have to talk about something called an increase in bus fares. One could argue a case for increased bus fares. But one cannot comfortably or could not comfortably countenance such increase in the current context. I am often misunderstood, so let me repeat that. One could argue a case easily for increased bus fares, and that argument would be cogent and persuasive. But one could not comfortably countenance such increase in the current context. In other words, one, Mr. Deputy Speaker, could not go there easily. Not saying one could not go there, saying one could not go there easily. Current context of underemployment, the current context of unemployment, rising costs of food and other essentials, increasing levels of taxation, water and sewage charges. To compare, and I do have to say this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to compare the change in cost of bus fare to the change in cost of a Coke is to appear to trivialize the pain of those you seek to serve. Bus fare is a necessity for most people in this country. Coke is optional for everybody in Barbados. So one is an option, Mr. Deputy Speaker. One is a critical, vital necessity. You cannot compare the change in costs of a Coke to the change in the costs for public transport travel. Are we paving the way, I must ask, for a higher fare for our investor or investors in the revenue sharing electric buses project? Are we paving the way for a higher fare because we anticipate that we will have to satisfy the investment interests of those who seek to enter into revenue sharing arrangements vis-a-vis the employment of electric buses? I always ask myself the question when I think about the operations of the Transport Board and the attempts that respective and successive administrations have made to come to terms with the issue of providing for the cost of a state-operated transport service to satisfy public demand. And the question I always ask myself, are we attempting to save the sector and the service, or are we attempting to save the entity we call the Transport Board? We need to have a service. We need to have a sector. It is one of the baseline sectors in any economy such as ours because it caters to movement of persons for various reasons. So we need to have that sector vibrant, alive, and fully functional to the extent that our capacity allows. And we need to have the service available to commuters. Not all are so privileged as to own their own means of transport. But are we seeking to save the service? Are we seeking to save the sector? Or are we seeking to save the Transport Board as an entity? I have given and openly so my views as to where I think we ought to go with what we now know as the state-operated public transport service in Barbados. The business of providing social service to those who need in this country is a business of government. Government must find the capacity to provide for that. Then there are some demographics, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is our student population, our challenged population. There's some demographics that must be specially provided for. But I also know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there is a vibrant, despite the undesirable characteristics that attach to the privately operated public sector transport service, of which we are all aware and which has been admitted by the sector itself. Despite the undesirable practices, they provide a significant contribution to movement of people in Barbados. And you hear figures between the level of 75 and 80 and 90 and 95% carrying capacity and contribution of the PSVs in their fullest context. And we have to find a way to meaningfully integrate them more fully into whatever service we provide, however that be ultimately profiled. But I believe, as I've said, that this is a sector that gives us the opportunity for democratizing our economy, facilitating the further rise of a business class who have now cultivated a level of experience around which we can have an effective system to revolve. And we need to go in that direction more fully so, while ensuring that the benefits of that economic democratization process don't fall to the narrow hands of a few of any hue whatsoever, H-U-E. Mr. Deputy Speaker. But this increase in bus fares cannot fully close the $45 million gap. I know the Honourable Minister responsible for Transport and Works and Maintenance, under whose authority, under whose purview the Transport Authority falls on matters of public transport, would easily suggest this will help, but it doesn't go far enough towards helping us to fill that big gap and address that problem. Now he would have to, the Honourable Gentleman would have to say that. But from my side, it would be my responsibility to ask if and to what extent the gap will further be filled by layoffs at the Transport Board. If you have a $65 million annual bill and you're making $20 million annually from bus fares, and you raise the bus fares such that you make another 15, I haven't done the maths on that, another 15 million or so for the year, you are still short. There's a gap, significant gap, still to be filled. Are we going to fill that gap not by further user fees to be applied, but are we going to fill that gap by cutting costs? And if we go to cost-cutting measures reflected in our use of electric vehicles, reducing the cost input of fuel, facilitating us to have a cheaper operating platform, does that get us there? Or is there somewhere in the mix a plan to retrench staff at this state-owned operation? And if so, by how much? Now, my honourable friend from Christchurch West answers me from time to time on most questions. He never answers me on questions relative to the Transport Board. Months ago, I asked him about increased bus fares. He would not answer me for months. Yesterday, I got to find out how much, and I didn't even have to ask yesterday. Today, I asked, what is the likely number with respect to layoffs, if there are to be any, in an effort to help to further fill this gap? Because this bus fare will mean some pain, but it doesn't get us where we want to get in terms of addressing that big cost gap, that big expenditure gap at the Transport Board. Mr. Deputy Speaker, a word on betting and gaming. I'm talking about the content of yesterday's presentation. Betting and gaming. Mr. Speaker, you like roses?
Roses.
I said roses, not rosies. Do you like roses? Well, a rose by any other name is still a rose. The movement on taxes for betting and gaming from 3 million to 13 million in the estimates immediately gave to me the first signal that perhaps something significant was coming down relative to this activity. If I am wrong, I really would want to be told very early that I am wrong, and so I don't have to keep repeating questions. But our movement from 3 million to 13 million, as is in the documents we debated last several weeks, gave a first signal that something significant was coming down relative to this activity, betting, gaming, commonly called in places like the Ivy and Richmond Gap, Station Hill, gambling. Gambling. It seems to me that we are intending to introduce casino gambling into Barbados. It seems that way to me from these figures and from what was said yesterday. And if I'm wrong, please correct me. I don't want to be misled or mislead anybody.
That your understanding?
That is my understanding. That is my...
But it's not stated in the document.
It's not stated in the document. And it was not stated yesterday in those terms. But a rose by rose, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It seems to me that we intended to introduce casino gambling in Barbados. Now, we can't sneak it in by not mentioning its name. We cannot sneak it in by not mentioning its name. Noticeably, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this move is said to be intended for tourists and intended to target foreign exchange. Government expects to benefit from this activity by means of a 20% withholding tax on gambling winnings and a 17.5% gambling tax on the net drop of all gaming establishments. If it is intended to be casino gambling, and I am not here suggesting anything one way or the other as to the advisability of that. I'm simply saying it seems so to me, and if we're going to do it, let's say so very clearly, because whatever we call it, and however skillfully we introduce it, then it still becomes part of our reality. But the caution would be that the countervailing impact upon our social and institutional landscape could well be realized in corruption, money laundering, organized crime, and other socially undesirable phenomena. Property taxes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, talking about the content of the proposals yesterday, property taxes, again, the middle class significantly is to be impacted by the measures outlined. Properties valued over $450,000 and under $850,000 represent this demographic of the Barbadian middle class, especially the lower end of that range. Now, this is a class which probably came under greatest stress in the last several years, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Political scientists, sociologists will tell you this tends to be the class that keeps the level of cohesiveness in society, that ensures, that helps to facilitate social tranquility, tends to be the class that facilitates the rise of small businesses in the context of self-employed persons, helps to be the class that uses its economic means to push the society on economically so apace. Now, this class would have come under greatest stress under the last administration in the last several years. This is the mortgage owning class, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would know that. This is the class most impacted by loss of allowances under the last government. This is the class that helps to feed small business, self-employment efforts. The class that most feels the pain at the petrol pump. There's this class. They feel the pain at the petrol pump now, especially since last June, more than any other demographic in Barbados. Continual tax impositions on the middle class, therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, constitute an unfortunate process of impoverishment. Continual tax impositions on the middle class, I say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, constitute an unfortunate process of impoverishment. The tax measures on property herein, it is said, will generate $62 million in revenue for the government. I have always considered land tax to be somewhat an unjust tax. In fact, in my view, it remains a punitive tax, which is counter to the instinct to human growth and development and the impulse to success and community and country building. And I believe that knowing economic circumstances such as us, the case can fairly easily be made as to why land tax should be a revenue generating mechanism for the state. That case can easily be made as to why it should be. Philosophically, ideologically, is an unjust impost. It is punitive because it penalizes you for a level of success and prosperity, by which means of success and prosperity, yours, the country itself, further succeeds and prospers. Now I want to talk a little bit about tax revenue and expenditure performance. Again, these figures are sourced in central bank reports. Performance on revenue over the last 4 years: in 2012, 13, 2 billion, 2.4, 2013, 14, 2.3, 2014, 15, 2.4 billion, 2015, 16, 2.4, 2016, 17, 2.4. For the fiscal years ending 2014-15 to 2017-18, estimated that is, total tax revenues have increased by a total of 18%. 18% over that period, 2014 up until this, the last year, full year, 2017, 2018. Nominal GDP from 2015 to 2018 has, on the other hand, only grown by a total of 8.6. So tax revenues outdistance nominal GDP by some distance. Real GDP from 2015 to 2018 has, on the other hand, only grown by a total of 4.2% during that time. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, growth in taxation has surpassed perhaps the most important indicator of economic growth in the country. You can look at expenditure performance over the same period. 3 billion, 2012-13, 3.1 billion, 2013-14, 2.9 billion, 2014-15, 3.0 billion, 15-16, 3.0 billion, 17-18. And for that period, therefore, 14 to 15 to 17, 18 estimated, total current expenditure by the government has increased by a total of 7%. In summary, on a year-by-year basis, regardless of whether or not there is economic growth, taxes have constantly and continually been increasing. No matter what the level of growth, no matter what the level of growth, taxes have constantly been increasing. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I really don't want to keep you and others here beyond a certain hour. I know you have places to be. Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask for. The caution here is that we may soon have a population, in Barbados, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that could be plagued by austerity fatigue. Austerity fatigue is something that could accompany IMF arranged programs, IMF and state arranged programs. Ask the Jamaicans about that. Multiple IMF arrangements since the 1970s, and only now recovering from that experience. So the danger exists of austerity fatigue. But austerity fatigue, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is not just a phenomenon that simply occurs and passively so. Austerity fatigue breeds social disorder, at least social discomfort, putting additional pressures on the state resources. So we have to be very careful as to where tax policy takes us. Under the previous administration, we know where it took us. We are now striving to come out from there. But even in so doing, we are using, to a certain extent, the same modeled approach. And my fear is that should all not go as well as we all pray and hope, and you anticipate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the phenomenon of austerity fatigue can gender forms and patterns of behavior in Barbados of which we would not be proud. I don't think since I have been in this hallowed chamber, Mr. Speaker, at least since June of last year, this term, used a biblical quotation. I have heard just about everybody else do that. I have not done it. But in sharing thoughts in the early hours of this morning in the office over there, while you slept, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
You're up very late.
Yeah, I never got home till about after 8 this morning. We had a 5-hour, 40-minute speech yesterday, you know.
That was early for you.
And yeah. Yeah. And I was given, in the discussion, a quote was referenced. I want to stick to my pattern and not mention it.
I was looking forward for it.
Yeah, but I'm not here to be mischievous. Yes, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The largest contributor to direct taxes, which averaged some $920 million over the 4-year period to which I referred, has been personal income tax. And that has, on an average, accounted for some 47% of the total taxes generated. The next highest contributor in the category of direct taxation has been corporation taxes. And these have contributed an average of 24% on average during the same 4-year period. Personal income taxes have grown by 12%, whilst corporation taxes have grown by an even higher number. The significance of all of this is the growing burden directly being placed on individuals. Personal income tax will get you directly, Mr. Speaker. Corporation tax will reach you indirectly, but get you nevertheless. So the burden of taxation always comes to the consumer at the bottom of the ladder. Indirect taxes have averaged some $1.4 billion over the 4-year period on the reference, 14-15 to 17-18. Ms. Beer, I'm still talking about the content in relation to the content of the budget, with the value-added tax being the largest contributor at an average of 59% during those years. Revenues from VAT have increased by a total of 10% over the 4-year period. Using World Bank information from their World Development Indicators, tax revenues as a percentage of GDP for the year 2015 showed that Barbados ranked 12th in the world out of some 146 countries with a ratio of 26%. As of 2018, that ratio using central bank data is approximately equal to 27%. Mr. Deputy Speaker, simply put, we are now among the most heavily taxed countries in the world. So we're not only the most beautiful and the best blessed, we are among the most burdened by taxation. Now, I want to make reference to a figure from the estimates, Mr. Deputy Speaker, not to upset any of my colleagues from the other side. No. My colleagues from the other side. You know, this administration has loudly criticized, and justly so, the former administration for the enormous sums of monies spent on provision of professional services for the state and consultancies. And that is a matter that has rightly so to be addressed. And part and parcel of the reason why we are in the dire straits we are today, as this government is discovering all the time, is that management of the resources is sometimes so pursued that persons are made to benefit extravagantly so at the expense of the state, while poor people are forced to pay the piper, pay the taxes. Middle class people made to pay the taxes, poor people made to carry the load. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that last year, in the estimates of last year, 2018, 2019, the year which draws to an end, former administration made provision for $27 million in professional services to engage consultants and to pay for professional services. That is an exorbitant amount of money to be paying for professional services in a context where the economy was struggling to meet current expenditure and was borrowing to meet current expenditure, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So that, to me, is a matter into which inquiry should be made as to why there were those levels of professional service fees and consultancy fees in this year that draws to an end, when the country almost on its knees, well, on its knees and struggling to pay its current debt, current expenditure. But it may surprise you further to know that we discussed a figure in the estimates here not too long ago with respect to professional services and consultancies, the volume of which is not 27 million, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but 47 million. $47 million provided for, allocated to payment of professional services. In these estimates, in the estimates of the last recent days. So it is just to inquire as to 27 million under the last administration, but it is equally just to inquire about 47 million under the current administration. I'm not here to be mischievous or unpleasant, but I've asked questions relative to the contractual arrangements with some folks that we see operating in the state space. And I think that Barbadians want to know who government is employing and how are they paid, and what they're being paid, especially if you're going to tax us increasingly so and introduce higher user fees, increasingly so. In other words, therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the government's current estimates show an overall increase of over 20 million in professional services over that budgeted 2018-2019. I was going to make a reference to some matters of manufacturing, but let's go beyond that. From government's estimates for 2019-2020, capital expenditure is projected to be reduced by 192.5 million. Grants to public institutions to be reduced by 183.9 million. Statutory expenses to be reduced by 17.6, which will all have a domino effect on the entire country as a whole. Added to this will be the increases in taxes, such as the fuel tax, under which we now live, and increases such as there are in income taxes. They will all act to reduce the spending power of individuals. In other words, this budget is one that reflects severe reductions in government spending along with increases in taxes, both of which in turn will adversely affect national economic growth. Let's talk a little bit about tourism, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In June, the minister introduced some increased rates for tourism-related services and the accommodation sector. I thought then and said then that we were making more expensive the already costly Barbados tourism experience. In the budget, the minister adds to the, in this budget, minister adds to the cost, VAT, which was scheduled to move from 7.5 to 15 by January, will now be moved to 10%. The room rate levy, intended to be temporary, now be permanent. So again, we're making the tourism product more expensive. Mr. Speaker, there is a matter which should be looked into. I am advised, I'm led to understand, I am led to understand by one of my colleagues who discussed budgetary matters with me last night in the interests of the state. I'm led to understand that because...
One of your colleagues here?
Sorry?
One of your colleagues here?
No, one of my colleagues in the parliamentary opposition spokespersons group. One of those.
Oh, I see.
Not officially here in the chamber. Not officially here in the chamber. Unofficially here, not officially here in the chamber.
Okay. Proceed.
You know, we must be careful what we ask for, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
True.
Those who want a party will get a party. Those who want a party will get a party. Be careful what you ask for. Be careful what you ask. Be careful what you ask for. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you need to protect me from the Honourable Prime Minister.
Let's proceed. You're protected.
You need Mr. Deputy Speaker to protect me from the...
Let's proceed. Let's
Honourable.
proceed.
I know she loves me. I know she loves me.
She was protected.
I know she loves me.
And you love her.
Dearly.
And you love her.
She has attested to that right here and publicly, and the feeling is mutual.
True. You love her. Proceed, though. Proceed.
But be careful what you ask for. Now I'm led to understand by one of my colleagues, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that because guests, obviously in this circumstance, would have booked much in advance for their travel and their stay in Barbados, in advance of the imposition of the room rate levy, some establishments are using the service charge for staff to help to pay the room rate levy rather than pass on the unexpected charge to the guests. I don't know that that is true, but I know that I have no reason to doubt the veracity of my colleague who ventured to say that to me. And if it is so, it's something that needs to be inquired into. That is not the fault of any government. That is just a bad practice, which ought to be checked. A little bit on online VAT. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you know, telecoms liberalization was in part intended to provide faster and cheaper access to goods and services. It represented an advantage of sort to smaller domestic businesses. It was a component in the platform being built for the creation of an entrepreneurial spirit. The application of the refund process relative to VAT, because of the inefficiency, will strangle small business efforts. I'm saying that the process of refunds around the whole business of VAT returns, because of delays, as in many other respects with government refunds, can strangle small businesses, find it very difficult, unlike bigger businesses, to survive that. For government, it should be all about democratizing the economic space. And I really believe very strongly in that. It should be about democratizing the economic space. Improving vending opportunities here on the ground, while stifling the entrepreneurial impulse through online businesses, is a matter which is counter-cultural, in my view, Mr. Speaker. Counter-cultural and counter-current and contradictory in terms of our policy orientations. I say that online business is extremely important. It is an avenue of entrepreneurship for many small persons who otherwise will be left outside the democratized economic space. And therefore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am of the view that government needs to do all it can to ensure that that spirit is not stifled by allowing for countercurrents and policies which are contradictory in their orientation towards the development of that entrepreneurial impulse. A word about the public service, Mr. Deputy Speaker. With respect to the public service, we need operational efficiencies that go beyond retrenchment. We need operational efficiencies which go beyond retrenchment. We need cost effectiveness. We need cost effectiveness. We need higher levels of productivity. We must, Mr. Deputy Speaker, stop politicizing the service and establish a real meritocracy. We must stop politicizing the service, Mr. Speaker, and establish a real meritocracy. It is well established that in the public service, it is often because of who you know. It is often because of who you know, politically especially, that enables you to find that path of success or placement. And we need to move towards the establishment of a better platform, of meritocracy. We need better platforms, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for interface between the public and the public service. Indeed, to provide service and not just provide or create optical illusions intended to serve the public relations advantage. We need to ensure that in any platform of e-governance, that does not create the undesirable feature of displacement. Let me repeat that. We need to ensure that any platform of e-governance does not create the undesired feature of displacement of public servants, of workers. We need to address, therefore, the matter of square pegs inserted in round holes. That is part of the problem with the public service and the way it is managed and operated in Barbados. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the intentions of the budget are to carve out revenue streams for government through taxation, principally tourism-related taxes, property taxes, personal income, gaming, water, and value-added taxes. To address matters of service provision costs and transfers to the Barbados Water Authority and the Barbados Transport Board. And 3, to ensure that government meets its fiscal balance requirement targets. 4, to generate some lost recoveries occasioned by last year's changes in the corporation tax rates. When we made those adjustments, Mr. Speaker, we would have created a gap in terms of the past reality and the future expectation. And therefore, that gap has to be narrowed, and therefore, further, there's a need to generate some lost recoveries occasioned by those changes. I want to speak a little bit, Mr. Deputy Speaker, about some further considerations. We have spoken about the context in which this budget comes to us. We've spoken about the content with reference to both the budget document and estimates. I'd like to say a bit about the creative, about some considerations, the first of which is the creative economy. UNESCO 2015 Global Report focused on the elements that can best describe the creative economy as a value chain of creation, production, and distribution, which is equal to goods and services, highlighting the function of the creative economy as the production of goods and services that have a monetary value and are to be exchanged in an economic transaction. I'm simply trying to suggest, as we go forward from here, towards the end of this address, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the growth impulse must more robustly reflect itself in government's declared plans, even despite what was said yesterday. And this is not to suggest that nothing of growth has been said or mentioned. This is to say that the program in and upon which we have embarked has reflected an imbalance, perhaps necessarily so today, with respect to the need to make those fiscal adjustments, deal with your foreign reserves, etc., and address those types of matters. More robust initiatives relative to growth have to be fully and more so declared. And I'm saying that the creative economy, not simply what we call culture, but the creative economy represents in significant ways an avenue, an opportunity for that. The ministry's own mission statement, that is the Ministry of Culture and the Creative Economy and Sport, I think it is. The ministry's own mission statement defines culture as a way of life. While there is a variety of definitions of culture, this is the most loose of them all, and it's not sufficiently active as a definition. There's a tangible goal, Mr. Deputy Speaker, attaching to the idea of culture. It is not a way of life simply, but concerns what we do to nurture the organic growth of our nation, of any nation. That is far different from producing goods and services for economic growth, and why UNESCO Global Report calls for a balance between culture on the one hand and creative economy on the other. The ministry's mission reflects a limited understanding. The ministry's stated mission reflects a limited understanding of that balance. The whole point about both culture and the creative economy is that the terms themselves signify growth, organic growth, as well as economic growth on the other hand. In the estimates, there are 10 sub-programs, Mr. Deputy Speaker, check it. In the estimates, there are 10 sub-programs of expenditure. For program 276, culture, the creative economy and cultural industries. Notwithstanding the pointless distinction since the creative economy emerged out of what was known as the cultural industries, not only has the creative economy been subsumed into culture, but the estimated spend on culture for 2019-2020 in these estimates is $21 million, of which the sub-program to which I referred, 0555, Creative Economy and Cultural Industries, has only an estimated spend of $335,000. We are saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that in these numbers is reflected a limited understanding of the creative economy in relation to what we call culture. So for the entire ministry's budget, there's a provision of $21 million. But under sub-program 0555, Creative Economy and Cultural Industries, there's an estimated only $330,000. It is not too difficult to draw conclusions about a forthcoming lack of growth in creative economy. Mr. Deputy Speaker, at the core of good governance is institutional architecture. Given a clear understanding of the objectives along with the organizational structure needed to achieve those objectives. First, addressing the key government entities already in place in terms of institutional and architecture. We need to know, and this is what we need to know that we need to do. We need to depoliticize the CBC within a more commercial framework, making it more open to independent production and thus enfranchising the growth of a fledgling film industry. So we've got the better platform, the CBC, on a structure, a footing, a commercial framework, making it more open to independent production, thus enfranchising the growth of a fledgling film industry. in Barbados. We need to change the orientation of the NCF to more of a facilitator to creative artists or artistes, rather than carrying the responsibility for production as at present, especially in terms of performance and festival arts. Such reorientation may entail a change of the name perhaps, although essentially in the end of the day that does not matter. What it is called is what it does. To recognize its responsibility to the creative industries, which should include acting as a conduit for international opportunities for artists to sell their work. In terms of the visual arts, the same mandate would apply to the Barbados Arts Council, whose role appears extremely nebulous and unclear. There are several new facilitating structures that can be put in place with immediate effect, including union representation for creative artists, with a framework for monetary exchanges locally and internationally. There was an event recently, and I heard Dr. Gabby Carter, make this very point of union representation for creative artists within a framework for monetary exchanges locally and internationally. This would also include, Mr. Deputy Speaker, looking at working practices, global standards and pricing, along with drawing creative artists more into the fiscal body of the nation, including matters of taxation, national insurance, and normal work benefits afforded to other industries. This proposal was floated and well supported by artists at the recent Arts Symposium held at the Caribbean Fine Arts Fair, CAFA, convened by my colleague Alan Springer, and looked enthusiastically, and this forum looked enthusiastically at monetizing the arts. Intellectual property, Mr. Deputy Speaker, lies at the heart of any creative economy, and a clearer framework and structure for the documentation of product and the monitoring and collection of royalties is needed. This sector alone is valued globally as a multi-billion part of this industry, a single part, component of this industry. Recognizing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the enormous fiscal strain on the nation's resources currently should not inhibit government from preparing a basket of incentives to challenge creative artists to be more productive in selling their work and contributing to the wealth of the nation. While many of these incentives may be financial, not all need to be. Financial incentives may include modeling like somewhere in the UK, where regional arts councils are not seen so much as art producers as in the case of the NCF, but act as small grant providers and administrative advisors to the artists. To access funds, artists must register themselves as small companies and have the right administrative procedures in place. Accessing grants comes with certain criteria and conditions, including a detailed report at the end of the project, focused particularly so on the financials. This process immediately calls on the artist to behave more like an entrepreneur and to think more closely about the revenue streams of the project if they are to qualify for any further consideration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, government should work more closely with the banking industry to develop a perception and treatment of artists as small business people, though this may mean relooking at the whole relationship between the banks and small businesses. The way collateral is assessed needs to be looked at, and with a better approach to pricing and valuation, the banks, led by government, should begin to see art products as worthy collateral for small loans. In terms of the non-financial incentives, access to an NCF bank of resources should be made available to artists without charge, subject to returnable deposit against damage. Government has a big role to play, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in attracting private sector investment. The notion of international cities has grown up all over the last decade and micro projects have had a better chance of attracting investment by positioning the city as an international city. It has to be recognized that presently Barbados is not ripe for investors in terms of its architectural landscape around culture, not least because of a lack of ease in doing business along with a flat economy. Transforming Barbados from dormant to dominant in investor speak is a holistic endeavor if the creative sector is to benefit. But meanwhile, the sector needs to understand constructs such as project bankability, revenue stream generation, working within a stable legal and tax system, understanding the global project financing and equity structures. There's a whole body of education necessary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in order to attract private sector investment. No one single thing but a basket of goods. The question of arts tourism is a big player, with two easily recognizable major forms. The cultural side, such as the placing of statues, monuments, and/or murals or art exhibits for reasons of community beautification and easy access, along with a calendar of events. And two, the commercial side, in which the public views or listens to some form of artistic expression in exchange for payment. Festival art bridges the two and should not be seen solely as a cultural undertaking. It has a key role to play in the creative economy as performance. The starting point is knowing what we have and who we are. The tourism calendar presently includes mostly what we term culture, but insufficient attention is paid to the creative arts as a tourism proposition. The first job, therefore, is expanding the calendar of events in a firmer tourism arts partnership. In similar vein, arts needs to be more rigorous in providing publicity literature about events, which can be displayed in hotels, guest houses, and a growing number of Airbnb facilities. There are international grant-giving bodies who help fund the creation of arts tourism, and the creation of an arts tourism partnership will help in accessing international funds where arts tourism is seen as a bona fide business sector. In terms of the role education can play in developing the creative economy, the curriculum needs to respond to the need to train young artists for a career in the arts by linking through to the business aspects of the arts and pointing the way to well-researched pathways. Artists themselves need a willingness to reach out by visiting schools, engaging with classroom activity more generally, allowing pupils to see firsthand professionals at work. 6 specific key concepts can be cited in facilitating the industry, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as an economic sector. 1, welfare subsidy, unionization, industry benefits. 2, competition and standard industry policy, both locally and internationally. 3, investment and growth policy. 4, policy that strikes at the heart of innovation. 5, the wide-scale introduction of technology into the creative industries. And 6, marketing, dealt with here in more in-depth. Marketing, the creative economy, is both a micro and macro concern. At the micro level, creative artists need to be more proactive in areas such as having a representational logo, addressing the question of branding, website development, utilizing social media. These are training issues for government to become more engaged, ensuring that creative artists are market ready. When it comes to macro marketing, creative artists need the opportunity to work with professionals through the project from start to finish, rather than them having to go it alone. This is a hard skill area for marketing professionals who understand the space between marketing and selling, using qualitative and quantitative methods to define the range of customers, researching, understanding, and reaching the niche customer, planning and developing the process by which a product or project becomes successful. To get started, some immediate initiatives for development will include unionization. As I said, it is imperative that union representation becomes a feature of the creative arts industry as a means by which better organization and professionalism begins to permeate the industry. This needn't be a costly undertaking, necessitating the designated functioning office space and a think tank volunteer team willing to lay the necessary structures and processes under the guidance of a professional with union experience. Policy towards a national gallery and a national theatre. National Gallery has been promised for a couple of decades, but thus far a concrete rationale for its purpose has not been made public, perhaps where it is being seen as a cultural entity rather than an economic opportunity. Further, the NCF, through a particular, well, we will not go there. I will suggest that this is a faulty conception, as the growth of the arts should be the remit of the NCF and not the establishment of a performance company. First, put the infrastructure in place under the umbrella of a national theatre, out of which a performance arts company may or may not emerge, depending on its goals. Further, the process should be seen to be a collaborative one. Training mechanisms, an overarching mechanism for easy access to training by artists, aimed at branding themselves as companies rather than as art individuals. This is indeed in readiness for attracting investment for the arts, since philanthropists and international agencies do not normally work with individuals. A growing number of parents recently highlighted the enormous earning potential of the creative arts. The British Council report, The Economic Impact of the Creative Industries in the Americas, made clear that the creative and cultural industries constitute one of the fastest growing sectors globally, and with the sector forecasted to play a bigger role in coming years at the center of a balanced, high-growth economy, investment is needed for the sector to benefit from projected growth. In 2015, the dollar worth of the arts and cultural industries to the U.S. economy was 10% of GDP. 10% of GDP, the value of the cultural industries to the U.S. economy. In monetary terms, approximately US $704.2 billion. That is the value. The UK, the Arts Council, budgeted England for the year 2015 to 2020 was set at an estimated £8 billion. That's approximately 20 billion Barbados dollars, with a projected annual turnover of 16 billion to 40 billion Barbados dollars. In Jamaica, approximately 5% of GDP comes from intellectual property rights from music alone. And as far back as 2003, the Jamaican Film Commission cited revenue of US $14.3 million from a wide variety of film projects, music, videos, and a reality series shot on location locally. In similar vein, Trinidad crunched the numbers and paved the way for the Trinidad Carnival to be a multi-million-dollar industry. Numbers crunching is the way to go to economic. Given the scope for the creative industry sector here in Barbados, we have created something of an anomaly. We have embedded the hotbed of creative activity into what we call culture, when in fact it is the creative economy which is set to yield the greatest revenues, more so than any cultural undertaking. Working from the definitions of culture as organic growth and the creative industries as economic growth, we can turn that anomaly around, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is what I am purporting to say. This is because culture is more to do with what we consume artistically, whereas the creative economy is concerned with what we produce artistically, and production is the more saleable commodity. Under our current model, the creative economy in Barbados is one of our undervalued and underachieving enterprises, with the arts not viewed as viable, vibrant economic opportunity that it can be. We should be investigating, identifying, and implementing the changes necessary to create entrepreneurial champions out of our creative artists. This is not reflected in the budget estimates of this year. I say we must not be left behind, but instead play our part and reap the benefits of the growing value of creative industries in the Americas and globally. And I express much appreciation to my colleague Alan Springer for his thoughts represented in what I just presented to you. Yeah, and
all right, members. Let's hear the honourable member, please. Go ahead. Please proceed.
We understand entirely what is going on, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Let's proceed.
A little bit about tourism. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with a strong performance during the last 4 months of 2018, including a robust showing by countries impacted by 2017 hurricanes, the evidence suggests that Caribbean tourism is on the upswing. Having registered declines during the first 8 months of the year, signs of rebound emerged in September, when the region recorded a 3% rise. The numbers in October confirmed the recovery with a healthy 11.8%, and by the end of the year, tourist arrivals in the last 4 months were up to 9.8%. The contributing factors to the excellent performances in the countries not impacted by the hurricanes included sustained, targeted marketing, upgraded tourism infrastructure, additional rooms, and enhanced airlift. The grouping dubbed Other Caribbean, comprising Cancun, Cozumel, Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, and Suriname, which accounts for almost half of all arrivals to this region, recorded an increase of 1.8%, while the CARICOM sub-region recorded an increase of 4.5%. The outlook for the Caribbean tourism in 2019 is cautiously optimistic. Global demand for international travel is expected to remain strong, underpinned by healthy economic activity. Global economic growth is expected to continue, though at a slower rate, and oil prices are expected to remain similar to 2018 prices. Additionally, improved air connectivity should help to boost arrivals. Of course, we must recognize that there are significant headwinds to navigate. These include, but are not limited, Mr. Speaker, to the outcome of the Brexit negotiations, the ongoing trade war between US and China, and the potential extreme weather events in destinations and marketplaces such as ours. Consequently, we are projecting that tourist arrivals will increase by 6% and 7% in 2019 as the damaged infrastructure in the hurricane-impacted destination returns to fuller capacity. Similarly, cruise arrivals should expand by a further 4.1 to 5%. The governor's report here in Barbados, the central bank, unfortunately, on Barbados's poor performance suggests cruise visitors fell at about 10% at the time when we were benefiting from the misfortune of others last year. Tourism output fell by 1.6%. The average length of stay declined. Tourism spend was down. The non-tourism specific threats to viability include, in the features that characterize us, safety and security of our jurisdiction. The specter of violent crime is a serious and significant threat to that. Reliability and quality of our infrastructure, roads and sanitation services and transport. We have to ask ourselves, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we are pursuing, in fact, the appropriate model for our tourism sector, a model that has as its main planks hotel construction, subsidization of airlift, investment concessions, high food import content, sector marketing support, low-level job opportunity for locals, unsatisfactory tax and duty arrangements, low inflows of foreign exchange generated. That's the model. That is the model. In 2017, the cruise industry recorded 25.8 million passengers cruising globally. Estimated 27.2 million will cruise globally in 2018. $126 billion in total economic impact. 1 million jobs paying $41 billion in wages and salaries were generated by the global cruise industry a couple of years ago. Demand for cruising increased by 20.5% in the last 5 years. The cruise industry is the fastest growing category in the leisure travel market. From a capacity standpoint, utilization is consistently over 100%. 8 of 10 cruise lines international association certified travel agents expect cruise sales to increase in 2018. Throughout its history, Mr. Deputy Speaker, cruise industry has responded to vacation desires of its guests and embraced innovation to develop new destinations, new ship designs, new and diverse onboard amenities, facilities and services, plus wide-ranging shoreside activities. Cruise lines have also offered their guests new cruise themes and voyage benefits to meet the changing vacation patterns of today's travelers. Cruise tourism contributed $3.16 billion of direct expenditures in the 35 participating destinations, which we referred in 2014-2015. Cruise-related expenditures generated 75,000 jobs, which paid $976.5 million in wage income to residents. 23.63 million passengers, 4.5 million crew disembarked cruise ships and visited the participating destinations during this particular period under reference, spending $2.45 billion and $302 million respectively. Average expenditure per passenger across all destinations was $103.83. Average expenditure per crew was $67.10. The highest expenditure per passenger in the area was in St. Martin, $191. Highest expenditure per crew member, Puerto Rico, $149. Cruise line expenditures, including port fees and taxes, payments to local tour operators, and payments to local businesses for supplies and services, contributed $400.8 million. Cruise passengers spent an average of 4.3 hours offshore during the cruise call. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, this is very suggestive of the fact that perhaps we need to see how we can perhaps reorient the tilt of our tourism sector slightly more so in the area of cruise tourism as opposed to the historical model, which majors more so on hotel stays, etc. Opportunities in tourism for Barbados, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Barbados can no longer compete for visitor arrivals on the basis of sun, sea, and sand. Most of our competitors also have this. It must be that there is a differentiator of value available to us. Barbados needs to have a distinct and indeed unique reason for visitors to come here. Barbados needs to expand its source markets for air travel. Our main source still, UK, US, Canada, along with the Caribbean. There's an increasing capacity and appetite for air travel coming from China, India, Canada, Japan, and Mexico. With this in mind, we need to create direct linkages between Barbados and these developing source markets and for air travel and extend marketing to these sources. On the side of cruise tourism, the USA is by far the largest source market for cruise tourism in the Caribbean, but not traditionally our largest source market for visitors to Barbados. With this in mind, greater emphasis must be placed on further development of this source market to take advantage of increases in cruise travelers, since cruise demand is continuing to outpace supply globally. Mr. Speaker, Deputy, in addition to the above, and an effort to increase cruise visitor spend, while capitalizing on increases in cruise tourism, Barbados must expand the variety and number of tours available to cruise travelers. Trends in cruise tourism show that today's cruisers want transformational experiences that go far beyond the coach and walking tours. Cruisers today, particularly young adults and millennials, want cultural experiences and health experiences, as well as adventurous experiences such as ziplining. With this in mind, Barbados must seek to expand its tourism product offering by incentivizing our companies to establish new cultural experience tours for our day visitors, which would include food and musical experiences, Oyston style, but created specifically for cruisers to experience between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. when they are on shore. Brandon's, Brighton, Folkestone, Harry Smith Beach, daytime Oyston type community cultural experience is what we're talking about. You know Harry Smith Beach, Mr. Deputy Speaker?
Heard of it.
You heard of it?
Yeah, heard of it.
This can be achieved through public-private partnerships as well as foreign direct investment in this sector. We must move beyond the over-dominant investment vehicle of hotel infrastructure or restaurant and nightclub facility. Barbados must seek to diversify its tourism offering substantially if it is to remain relevant in a competitive global tourism industry. An air museum, and I've heard the Honourable Minister of Tourism, Honourable Member St. James Central, speak to this in limited terms. Barbados is one of the very few places in the world to have a Concorde aircraft sitting in a hangar for people to see. This particular aircraft is one of the very few, if not the only one, that is still mostly airworthy and in airworthy condition. Mr. Speaker, the opportunity should not be wasted. As a tourism destination, Barbados should expand this facility into a full-fledged air museum by securing vintage classic air transport aircraft and restoring them to airworthy condition, some for display with Concorde as the centerpiece, others for special paid flights around Barbados and a little further afield. It could be promoted as a way to experience air travel through the times, through the years, culminating with the Concorde, which was the pinnacle of air transport. We have an 11,500 foot runway here, one of the longest in the world and the longest in the Caribbean, which, by the way, needs to be expanded by widening in order to accommodate now the world's largest passenger aircraft safely, bearing in mind their wingspan. So we need not only to repave the pavements, but we need to expand the width of the runway to accommodate equipment such as A380, I think it is. Money spent on pavement work should give prominent consideration to this type of airport development. We have winds that blow straight down our runway, 0.90 degrees. No obstacles or obstructions near or around our airport, unlike most of our neighbors. This provides opportunity for any aircraft, modern or vintage, to take off and land here, with plenty of excess runway for emergencies. Mr. Speaker, a word quickly on LIAT. LIAT is a very inefficiently run and managed air carrier. Under its current management and structure, it will forever need to be subsidized by shareholders, Caribbean governments. LIAT's mandate was to help develop the Caribbean by providing economical and efficient air transport between and among the islands for their citizens to do business and collaborate and integrate with each other. Barbados is a major shareholder of LIAT, provides millions of dollars in funding yearly. Recently, an injection of financing was required to save the day, desperately so, for LIAT. This notwithstanding, the imposition of increased traveling charges, which escalated the already high cost of intra-Caribbean travel. Regional governments need to address the government tax structures around LIAT, its operations, and analyze the extent to which they are counterproductive. Other beneficiaries must also be brought to the table to support the regional airline. This airline needs to be restructured or dissolved and restarted anew. Even the ATR aircrafts recently leased by LIAT are the wrong type of aircraft, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for the task. Yes, these aircraft have serious weight restrictions, and while they carry many more passengers, they cannot handle a sufficient amount of baggage. As a result, LIAT has been forced to contract and pay private aircraft to fly LIAT baggage around the Caribbean during peak periods because the aircraft they have leased cannot handle it. A Disney project, Mr. Speaker, is not beyond the realm of reasoned vision that government identifies several hundreds of acres of public land that can be used to build a huge theme park, such as Disney World Caribbean Resort and Theme Park. It would employ hundreds of Barbadians. Government could offer special land arrangements to the Disney Corporation as an incentive to get the project started. In addition, it could offer duty-free concessions on imports for construction. Its power can be generated by solar energy. Such a theme park would benefit from the fact that Barbados has summer all year long, and when other Disney resorts are experiencing winter months, Disney marketing could promote travel to the Caribbean resort and theme park. This would provide a reason for long-stay tourism, as well as additional cruise tourism. A monorail system could be built connecting the seaport and the airport with this new theme park. Zip lines, Farley Hill Great House should be restored, turned into a restaurant, a gift shop. There should be a zip line established that runs from Farley Hill to Cattle Wash for adventure-seeking visitors. In addition, a scenic overhead skylift tram system could be built that takes visitors on an overhead tour of the Scotland district with stops at Farley Hill, Cattle Wash, Bathsheba, and Bath. This tram system could also stop at the hot spring, which should be developed as a visitor attraction, as well as Harrison's Cave. A water park should be established in Barbados. Graham Hall Nature Sanctuary should be restored and expanded. The Wildlife Reserve should be expanded. In addition, international visitors, regional travelers, domestic vacationers would be attracted to a much improved product offering. We welcome the Ross University. We look forward to the economic and other benefits to be served by its presence, even though the transfer of its interests here and its setup at Coverley seems to have left some questions unanswered. But I have long touted the wisdom and practicality of trying to attract the investment interests of other types of offshore institutions beyond medical schools. The area of forensics is a fast-growing area. Areas of technologies, a college or university for arts and film, and other cultural subject matter. Issues affecting tourism in Barbados. Of course, we've spoken about Brexit already. Significant reduction in government spending in the Ministry of Tourism. Restructuring of the two entities originally on this ministry in the execution of tourism project initiatives, and would create extended learning curves for new transferred staff, and the process of merging or consolidation could be quite protracted. New room rate levies on tourism accommodation, as well as additional departure taxes, will increase the cost of travel to Barbados for prospective visitors and make Barbados a less attractive destination due to cost. Increases in the value of the US dollar on the world market will cause a commensurate increase in the value of the Barbados dollar against the euro, other currencies, and that will help to make Barbados a more expensive destination than other competing tourist destinations. Cruise ships returning to regular routes will see a reduction in cruise visitors over the next period. Increased cost of living in Barbados through austerity will make Barbados a more expensive destination than competing other tourism destinations, especially in the areas of food, transport, and the cost of accommodation, especially bus fares, which the government has committed to the IMF to increase to cover the cost, provide the service. As we heard yesterday, this cost is now $3.50. A lack of onshore experiences for cruise visitors to spend money on keeping daily cruise passengers spend low. Delay in the completion of St. Lawrence Castle, Sandals, as we heard yesterday, Hyatt, other resorts will keep the number of available hotel rooms down. Government selling St. Lawrence. Sandals is on sandy ground. The government now sees Hyatt as the best prospect. Delays in the expansion of the airport and cruise port will hamper capacity. These measures will have a direct impact on the financial competitiveness of Barbados as a tourism destination. As of October 1st, 2018, an airline travel and tourism development fee was introduced. The fee paid by passengers flying outside of CARICOM is now US $70, and those within CARICOM US $35. This fee is in addition to the departure tax. Anticipating that the VAT rate applied in the tourism sector will be increased to 15% as of January 2020, the government has an interim measure introduced the room levy. This we know. Levies, well, we know all of this. And let me express appreciation to a colleague, again, with your permission, Mr. Scott Weatherhead, who gives some counsel and advice on these matters of tourism and international transport. Energy. The Caribbean has some of the world's highest energy costs. High electricity costs, dependence on use of heavy oil and diesel. There's a correlation between high energy costs and fiscal challenges. Lower oil prices may help our physical situation, but they do not alter competitiveness in relation to other jurisdictions. We need in-country costs. We need in-country, at-home cost reductions. Energy cost volatility and uncertainty reduce the investment appeal of Barbados. Limitations on fiscal space for states and upfront investment costs necessitate public-private sector partnership. We don't have the money. We need to find arrangement. Energy diversification is what we need in Barbados. We need to pursue the demonopolization of the energy supplier in Barbados. Given the historical unpredictability of oil prices, the inevitable future decline in its availability, all agree on the pressing need for such diversification. Globally, there are many options. Barbados is energy blessed in many of them. Sunshine in abundance for long periods each day compared to colder countries. Relatively high winds, especially in the north of the island. High energy waves on the east coast. In addition, in the past, we were a world market leader in the design and installation and use of solar-powered hot water systems. Intellectual capital, a high number of good, that is well-educated, qualified, and capable engineers and technicians, and a growing local interest in the area of renewable energy. The island is also blessed with a relatively flat load curve. The current peak load is about 150 megawatts, reached in the day between the hours of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m., while there's a nighttime peak of about 140 megawatts around 7 p.m. Challenges. The challenges to energy diversification are capital expenditure required to move away from oil, the Barbados light and power monopoly coupled with the red tape stifling renewable energy investment, the variability of renewable resources, solar, wind, and wave, which could sometimes negatively affect the stability and reliability of the island's electricity grid because of the variations. Opportunities. Energy diversification will reduce the risk associated with going just any one energy source. Reduce the exposure of our economy to the volatility of the oil markets. We need to be able to avoid a repeat of the negative impact of 1973 oil crisis. Currently, oil prices are reasonably low, but a war in the Middle East could result in a spike in the price of oil. Save on foreign exchange, create new jobs, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and the associated perceived, although debated by some, contribution to global warming. Stimulate economic growth via investment in renewable energy. The focus should be on energy diversification coupled with pump storage. Without the latter, the variability of wind, solar, other renewable installations will negatively affect the stability and reliability of the electricity grid. A pilot pump storage installation should be installed as soon as possible and appropriate regulations put in place. The renewable energy sources of solar, wind, and wave are variable. In particular, solar energy is abundant during the day, obviously not at night in its natural form. This means that some kind of energy storage mechanism needs to be in place if there's to be a high percentage of renewable energy generation in the grid. By having such storage mechanisms in place, one could save substantially on how the needed quantity of renewable energy sources, since the energy generated during the day, could be transferred to storage and used during the night. There are three possible, Mr. Deputy Speaker, storage options: power to gas, pump storage hydro, battery storage. The latter two seem to be the most attractive of the options. There was a report done on Barbados in the energy sector by a German, a guy, I think he's a German, called Honourable. And the report's main recommendations suggest that we need to implement a mixture of wind, solar, photovoltaic, and solid waste combustion techniques. That we need to incorporate biomass technologies using king grass, which some see very much as a cane substitute for energy producing purposes. King grass gasification. Install a 3 gigawatt pump storage plant. The report claims that for Barbados, pump storage is currently more competitive than battery storage. We need to change the town and country planning distance rulings for wind turbines. This would stipulate as to where they could be set up. Speed up the current slow licensing and permitting processes for investors, and I think government has been working on that. Conversion to electric vehicles is both feasible and should be of value. Electric vehicles are more expensive to purchase, but costs are coming down. Over time, one recovers the investment since maintenance costs are lower. They will reduce air pollution in the island from vehicle emissions, thereby improving public health, and eliminate the current noise pollution from the engines of transport buses. Use of electric buses must not be a way of pushing, however, out of the sector the public service private operators, or consolidating revenues from public transport in some privileged hand. We need to democratize economically the transport system, as we have said, empower existing staff at the transport board, we need to provide, Mr. Speaker, a universal social service to meet those demographics of whom I spoke earlier. We need to subsidize the PSVs where lack of viability is evident. The goal should be to save the service and to save the sector. Position on offshore oil exploration. Offshore oil exploration and discovery increases domestic energy self-sufficiency and government revenue via funds from the issuing of leases and licenses for offshore drilling while creating jobs. It can negatively affect the environment, oil spills, accidents, etc. And offshore drilling involves high initial capital costs and there's some risk attached. In the US, the least expensive oil rig is, I'm told, $200 million US. Offshore oil exploration can discover oil in our territorial waters in our region, has proved to be a rich source of oil. While the 100% implementation of renewable energy must be the long-term goal, developing offshore resources would reduce our current high dependence on the importation of refined fossil fuels and associated drainage of foreign reserves. May I draw your attention to the work, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of a young student of whom I was made aware, Nikolai Holder, who is producing biofuel using grass clippings from landscaping and using it to power a suite of laboratories on the university campus. There's need for change in the FTC decision and the decision-making process. The importance and fast-changing nature of the renewable sector is such that whatever decisions the Fair Trading Commission makes should be reviewed on an annual basis. There's a general agreement among the local renewable energy community that FTC decisions are currently tipped in favor of the Barbados Light and Power Company, with both the tariff rates and the corresponding limit on the maximum capacity sizes of plants. Demonopolization of the energy sector. Position on the, I think I spoke to demonopolization energy sector earlier as well. The NTCL, well, I hear that's off the market, and I suppose it is to be debated whether or not it would be prudent to divest of that, or otherwise not going to take time to get in that debate today. But optimizing the use of natural gas, we must reduce our current high dependence on the importation of refined fossil fuels associated with the high drainage of foreign reserves. It was stated that Barbados currently relies on such importation to meet about 95% of our power and transport energy needs, with our natural gas meeting only about 5% of our energy needs. It has been claimed that the quantity of waste in Barbados is not sufficient to support a commercially viable waste-to-energy plant. The possibility of Barbados being a hub for Eastern Caribbean countries via a waste-to-energy plant properly managed and properly located should not be discarded. And I, with your leave, again, Mr. Deputy Speaker, would like to credit Dr. Corbin for his input into that aspect of my presentation, Dr. Philip Corbin. Agriculture, for this before I forget, let me also credit the Reverend John Carter, a member of Solutions Barbados. We need to be more actively engaged in the matter of raising livestock in feedlot environments. This reduces the need for large swaths of land, which is limited in Barbados. We need to provide forage for feedlot animals. Factory-produced grass can be used. A number of the unused buildings which government owns industrial parks can be adapted for the purpose of growing grass through vertical farming technologies. Cows raised in feedlot facilitate the capture of urine, which can be used to make further fertilizers and pesticides as well. Forage and feed must become more accessible and indeed cheaper, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Air conditioning in farms has significantly evolved. Electronic control of ventilation systems, both for the livestock and the farming industry, monitor the temperature in houses and make adjustments as required. This preserves the health of the stock. In the milking process, it is also very much engaged in farm management, for monitoring animal movement, for detecting when the process of lambing, chicken hatching processes are on the way and the stage at which they are at. Any suggestions to strengthen community farming should probably be considered. Householders with no space around the house can grow food in plant pots and other small containers on patios and balconies. This is already done. Workshops can be held across communities and in places of training to show interested persons what they ought to do. Community farming can be encouraged as householders are shown how much money they are spending on imported and commercially supplied produce. Some examples of items that can be grown at home would be ginger and kale and sweet pepper and cucumbers and tomatoes and a whole set of stuff. The biggest need for small-scale farmers is a guaranteed market, Mr. Deputy Speaker. A central purchasing agency is needed which will take all that a farmer produces so that he or she does not have to go in search of customers. This guarantees income, eliminates spoilage for the farmer. We need to accelerate the expansion of the agricultural commodities trading platform. It was introduced in November 2017 at the DMC, Ferry Valley. Internet-based buyers-sellers forum, which puts farmers in touch with buyers, supplies to accelerate the marketing of their produce both locally and overseas. We need to provide for a better deal for land for the landless farmers programs, adequate water supplies required, protection from predatory larceny, guaranteed markets, predetermine what is best suited for the land, soils are to be tested and assessed. This is mapping we're talking about. Agree beforehand what is to be grown in order to maximize the yield from the land, avoid gluts and scarcity, provide consistent supplies and at quality that meets all standards. Vertical farming is one possible answer. We can utilize unused government buildings, industrial parks and elsewhere. Produce can be grown on top of those buildings. Some countries are growing food on top of their buses. We can use abandoned quarries. A more long-term approach is to build factories that are many stories underground or above ground or both for vertical farming. It would be cheaper than building offshore. Well, we will not go there. We have to ask ourselves, therefore, what is our vision for agriculture? And is there a possible future to be conceptualized, for instance, for the cane industry? Byproducts, animal feed, alcohol, electricity, energy, fertilizer products, and these things protect the soil. Biomass is energy that is stored in organic biological materials such as trash, leaves and tops, plant crops, wood, and alcoholic fuels. This can be used as a clean energy source. Sugar in a few years is expected to be the new oil, as sugar is a superior feedstock for the production of platform chemicals for the manufacture of a range of end products, example, bioplastics, industrial solvents, and chemicals. Most sugarcane factories co-generate steam and bioelectricity from bagasse to run the factory, and in the early years of the sugar industry, they were viewed as the original co-generators of the world. In fisheries, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in 2009, capture fisheries and aquaculture supplied the world with almost 145 million tons of fish. Of this, 122 million tons were used as human food, providing certain byproducts. Fish landed not used for direct human consumption is mainly processed in the form of fish meal and oil, used as animal feed, around 18 million tons, mainly for raising carnivorous aquatic species such as shrimp, salmon, trout, eels, sea bass, and sea bream, but also for pigs, chickens, pet food, and cattle. If the fisheries sector is going to make an expanded contribution to employment opportunities, national income, and food security, this industry will need significant capitalization. We have to inquire for we have to equip our boats for deep sea fishing with improved technology so that they can find the fish, find their way home, and be located easily if they have problems. We may have to equip them so that they can be protected on high seas from other misfortunes. Additionally, fish farming needs to become a focus not only for local consumption, but also for export of processed fish. Some fish farming of tilapia is done here, but on a limited scale. We must expand this as a matter of urgency. Our fisher folk must form a cooperative and pursue fish farming as an initial source of production. Thirdly, research has to be conducted to determine why the flying fish have left our waters and why the catches are smaller than previously. I understand, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, they follow the flow of the warm streams of water, and therefore they become very much a migratory species. The Barbados Economic and Social Report 26 shows that the catch of flying fish in 2016 was 469 tons compared to 2,424 tons in 2010. An anomaly exists here. Although the number of fishing fleet increased from 1062 boats in 2010 to 1146 boats in 2016, total catch of all types of fish fell dramatically from 3,226 tons to only merely 469 tons. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to ask ourselves why this has happened. Perspectives on the Bajan black-belly sheep. Black-belly sheep meat must be put on all menus to ramp up its marketing footprint in Barbados. The inventory of black sheep has fallen from 30,000 in black-belly sheep from 30,000 in 1980 to less than 6,000 approximately in 2018. We must engage local farmers at the commercial and domestic level to apprise them of the income potential of this product. We want to get, I understand, to 38,000 sheep. What is the plan, therefore, to feed such a flock? And what will we do with the 38,000 skins when we face that situation? Barbados imports 1.4 million kilograms of lamb from New Zealand. Replacing import with local production can save significant sums of money. The black-belly sheep has the potential to replace other meats in households, restaurants, hotels, cruise ships. Exports of black-belly sheep meat is an untapped, unlimited opportunity for Barbados, given that global sheep and goat meat production is expected to grow by 1.1%, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to 16 million tons, with around 7% destined for export. You're a countryman. From a rural area you come, Mr. Speaker, you appreciate these things. Harvesting skins to convert to leather is absolutely essential. Tanning will create opportunities for high-end products such as bags and other accessories, and clothing such as leather jackets, etc. My understanding is that Williams is already producing product, C.O. Williams, from black-belly sheep leather. Their skins are being converted to leather in Italy, as I understand it. We need as well to optimize the value of Sea Island cotton. We must decide what acreage will be kept in Sea Island cotton. Barbados is set to earn $1 million in revenue in 2019 from Sea Island cotton, I'm advised, an industry with 90 acres planted. Chief Executive Officer of Exclusive Cottons of the Caribbean, Adelaide Stevenson, says that 300 planted acres are needed, which would potentially generate $3.3 million in revenue. Other products that can come from Sea Island cotton include the cottonseed oil, which can produce edible products such as shortening, margarine, cooking oil, fatty products for confectionery. Cottonseed oil can be used in the manufacture of soap, lubricants, pharmaceuticals, protective coatings, and rubber, paper, toilet articles, printing inks, polishes, and synthetic plastics, etc. Research suggests that 100 acres of cotton should produce 1,000 pounds of seed, cotton per acre, which should produce a minimum of 66,000 pounds of cotton seed. Every 100 pounds of cotton seed should produce between 15 to 20 gallons of cotton seed oil. Cooperating with other Sea Island cotton producers in the area of marketing should help to stabilize the Barbadian and the Caribbean Sea Island cotton industry. The challenge of covenants, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the use of binding land covenants in real estates is a hindrance to small-scale farming since it restricts householders from rearing livestock. In a land-scarce island such as Barbados, this undermines and retards progress. Efforts to make Barbados food secure, that is one of the areas in which progress is undermined. Sources of additional income and savings for homemakers. This is denied because of the speed at which Barbados can provide for itself in the event of imports not being possible. And we're saying, therefore, that we have to be careful with the use, maybe we should say the overuse of binding covenants attaching to the modern developing districts in Barbados. We need to address our food import bill. Government must take the lead by purchasing only locally produced food items for use in its schools program, hospitals and other health institutions, homeless feeding programs, security and police forces, penal institutions and children's homes. Food retailers and players in the tourism food industries must commit by law, if necessary, to purchasing local produce which meet agreed upon standards. Households must be encouraged to buy locally produced products. Government and farmers must agree on the products that we can meet 100% of national requirements and ensure that proper allocations of supply are established and maintained. This will require cooperation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, among all stakeholders. A word about the issue of correspondent banking, just briefly, and I credit our colleague, Mr. Harvey Barrett, with this insert. The fear that correspondent banks would delist or de-risk our local banks due to the recent blacklisting, the general fallout with external creditors, valid and should be paramount in correspondent banking considerations, are valid and should be paramount considerations in the issue of correspondent banking. The risk happens when global banks stop providing international payment services such as wire transfers, credit and credit card settlements, and even foreign currency to a country's local banks. And we would not want to know, profiled as we are, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that this becomes an issue for us. But it is one that is part of the constellation of situations in the global environment. We started by referring to some of them at the outset. And the context, therefore, in which we come to the discussion of this statement of budgetary proposals and the review of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, the context is vital so that we do a proper assessment of what the Parliament proposes to support as presented here by the government. I haven't said anything on the issue of the EU blacklisting. I trust to the government to address that fully and properly. Yeah, I may have made passing reference to it, and I believe that we are a sovereign state. I believe that the principle of sovereignty is still to be respected. I believe as a state we have passed these waters before. We have faced them. We have addressed them. And, you know, there's a story told of a people who stood up and said that there could not be any taxation unless there was representation. And in a sense, the precept of sovereign determination is to be viewed in that historical, ideological, philosophical context. And Barbados as a sovereign state, amidst all the wolves of the international developed world, has to find its niche and take its stand. And I do not think that we should ever meekly surrender. And I'm not saying that that's what government is doing, but we should never ever meekly surrender to the whims and fancy or wiles or strictures of developed countries who seek to serve their protracted interests, even with detriment to our jurisdictions. So when the winds of the north come against us, the winds of the east blow with fierce wrath, we must understand that Barbados is a little rock standing out there in the ocean, has faced storms before, natural storms, social uprisings, revolts, disturbances, riots, and we have faced the fists of international bullies before. And Barbados is a nation which can stand proud, needs to stand proud, and needs to stand strong. Simply saying, to conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there's a whole context out there within which these matters before us have to be looked at, reviewed, and voted upon. And part of that context is to be found the economic dynamic, the institutional dynamic, the geopolitical power dynamic. But the most important consideration is the interests of a nation state whose people have done well these past 300 years, and who, by the grace of God, will continue to plod on despite adversity and challenge. I know that we will come through. I thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, for allowing me this time.
Member for Christchurch East
Central.
East Central. Sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to lend my voice in support of this debate, being very conscious, sir, that 10 months ago, the people of Christchurch East Central made a very firm decision, as did the country of Barbados, regarding how they sought to move in a different direction from what they would have experienced in the previous 10 years. And so I really thank the people of Christchurch East Central for that decision, and certainly the people of Barbados for deciding, sir, that they were first going to come on board with the Barbados Labour Party. And hearing the Prime Minister yesterday, sir, remind the country that having come on board, it is now time, sir, to make sure that we stay the course. And I want to say very clearly, sir, that the last 10 months pretty much represents, sir, a turning point, not just for this country, but I believe, sir, a turning point for the rest of the region. Because as Barbados, sir, has sought to reassure itself with respect to its citizens in terms of stability, sir, on the economic front, stability on the financial front, sir, we are also trying to put in place, sir, a level of social stability, which for us is important, sir, but also for the rest of the region, sir, is important that we provide the kind of leadership, sir, that creates a stable environment within the Caribbean context. And I know, sir, that leadership has been lacking in the CARICOM space for some time. And so the last 10 months, sir, has been designed specifically to make sure that we can put in place all of the components, sir, that would create that stability. Because without stability, sir, without stability, none of us will be able to achieve what we may wish to achieve in our personal lives or in our professional lives, or even in the context, sir, in terms of a government trying to lead a country away from a situation where all, sir, appeared helpless. And I believe, sir, that this government, as we came to office with the full support of this country, sir, we saw in the budget of last year to make sure that we can create some level of stabilization so that people can go about their business in this country with confidence. And yesterday, sir, I heard the Prime Minister in her presentation, not just as a Minister of Finance, sir, but certainly as a leader of a country, which has been starved of leadership, effective leadership, sir, that sought to outline that notwithstanding the many challenges that are currently facing this country, some of our own making, but a lot of it, sir, due to things beyond our control. But the Prime Minister, sir, in her presentation yesterday articulated to this country and to the people of the region, and indeed to the rest of the citizens of the world, sir, that Barbados intends to stay on this course because we, sir, are on a mission, not just to deliver economic prosperity, but really, sir, to make sure that the citizens of this country, especially the young citizens, sir, that they understand that Barbados is worth fighting for, and that they have a government, sir, that will do what it takes to make sure that the very stability, not just of the country, but the stability of families, the stability of communities, sir, that as a government, as we seek to execute our programs for the first time really in this budget cycle. And I can say to you, sir, that the Prime Minister has been quite strident, sir, with the fact that as a government, we are not just here to authorize the appropriation bill and go away and it's business as usual. The Prime Minister, throughout the estimates process, sir, and you can ask any of the public servants involved in that process, has demanded, sir, that we go away and make sure that as we execute the very programs within this budget, sir, that we are reaching the very people that the government is supposed to reach. And to make sure that as ministries, even though we may have a certain structure, that we have to work with each other, sir, because one, over the past few years, sir, each ministry, each department of government, sir, they seem to be operating as if they were a law unto themselves. And so everybody was going in all kinds of directions, sir, and not achieving that which the people expected of its government. And the Prime Minister has made it quite clear, sir, that as a government, as we execute our programs, that she will demand, sir, the level of accountability to make sure that the programs are delivered, sir, to benefit the people of this country. Sir, we have had to make some very tough decisions. And in making those decisions, sir, we don't shy away from them, because the nature of the situation that we found ourselves in May last year dictated, sir, that we take urgent action. And so we had to increase some taxes last year in order, sir, to do the very things to create a level of stability, sir, that we know in 2019, sir, can start to spread a little bit across the field, sir, to create a situation where the conditions, not just for economic growth, sir, but the conditions for social stability, sir, can start to return. So under this Ministry of Finance, sir, we appreciate that the numbers have to add up. But the way that we spend the money, sir, the way that we spend the money will demonstrate to all and sundry as we go through this next fiscal year that we are focused, yes, on making sure that growth will return. Very much so, because without growth, sir, the government will be hamstrung. Without growth, businesses will be hamstrung. Without growth, individuals won't be able to earn a decent living, sir. That's just the stark reality. But on the other side, sir, the social side, and I think that more than anything else, sir, the way that we've gone about this estimates exercise, and certainly what the Prime Minister has articulated in her budget speech yesterday, sir, demonstrates that there has to be a level of cohesion, sir, in the way that the government executes its program over the next fiscal year that starts to pull together, sir, those tenets of our programs in a way that allows for growth to be as inclusive, sir, as possible. As inclusive as possible. And so when I hear, and I think the Prime Minister certainly would have done more than justice in articulating the growth strategy, sir, or strategies, I should say, of this government, that it is time now, sir, for us to be able to execute. And that is why we are here, to start a process, sir, of execution such that we are able to create opportunities for individuals, opportunities for businesses to be able to move forward with certainty. And sir, I really want to say, because I'm trying to stay focused and stay on course, because we are on a mission, sir, to bring this country back from a place that it should never have been. And in that process, sir, for those who may wish to be critical, and criticism we shall take, because we know what the plan and the mission is for the recovery. The people have placed their faith in us to deliver that recovery. And 2019, sir, as you will see, as we execute during the next fiscal year, sir, I believe the people of this country will be in a position to judge for themselves whether or not the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Plan is working. And indeed, sir, we have committed to, and as the Prime Minister said yesterday, the refund, sir, of income taxes, the refund, sir, of value-added taxes for 2011 to 2016 will be delivered during the next fiscal year, sir. And that act in of itself, sir, we believe will start to rebuild the trust that people will have in its government. Because, sir, when you pay your taxes, you expect to be able to see the delivery of services commensurate with those taxes. But, sir, people were owed these millions of dollars. And in the last 10 years, 8 years, not a refund, sir. Or if there was a refund, sir, it was to perhaps those who were familiar to the previous administration. But the reality is, sir, we intend to rebuild the trust in the people in its government. But more importantly, sir, more importantly, we recognize as we came to office that we needed to provide an avenue for stabilization. We created that initially in the budget last year. And so when there's reference to being ad hoc in terms of the fiscal policy, we always understood, sir, that in order to be able to give people an ease, you have to have a situation where you can operate as a government with confidence in order to be able to deliver. And so during this fiscal year, sir, as the Prime Minister has indicated, Barbadians in this country, sir, will be getting a level of tax relief that they have not seen in 10 years, sir. And in delivering that tax relief, sir, to Barbadians, we know because each and every one of us in here, sir, canvass the length and breadth of this country, including, sir, the previous speaker. The previous speaker. That I voted for, yes. And we understood, sir, the condition of households in this country. And he was on board. He was on board. But he didn't stay the course. But he did not stay the course, sir. He did not stay the course. But, sir, this year, 2019, and I want Barbadians to appreciate that we are not yet out of the woods. But we want to get out, sir. We need to get out. And we need to do so quickly. Because to stay where we were, sir, would be to subject the next generation, sir, the next generation, to a level of potential poverty. And when you look at the way the world is going at the moment, sir, Barbados needs to be at its strongest, sir, because there are several headwinds which the Prime Minister indicated they're not even on the horizon, they are here, sir. The headwinds are here, and there are others. And Barbados, sir, must, at all costs, recover as quickly as it can recover, such that we can start, sir, to bring the people of this country much further along than they have been in the last 10 years, and start to lead this region again, sir, with confidence. Sir, one of the interesting things about what the Prime Minister presented yesterday, because notwithstanding the fact that we are still, sir, in a very serious economic situation, we are passing the right road signs, as the Prime Minister would say. And we, sir, through the Prime Minister, announced yesterday the resolution to a long-standing private affair related to insurance. And those thousands of persons, sir, will now get a measure of relief that was committed to, on the one hand, by the previous administration, but never delivered, sir. Never delivered. And the Ministry of Finance, sir, the Ministry of Finance, with its advisors, we have crafted, sir, a solution for those thousands of Barbadians, so that they too, sir, and their families can have a measure of reassurance and start to have a level of stability to move forward. That is not to be scoffed at, sir, because as we canvass the length and breadth of this country, we knew that the CLICO situation had a number of households, sir, and people, sir, financially embarrassed. Financially embarrassed. And no government, sir, no government, no self-respecting government would for 10 years have a significant part of its population, sir, financially embarrassed and not do something about it. But in 10 months, sir, we are able to come here and say to those persons, this is how this Barbados Labour Party intends to give you the relief that you have long asked for, even in a situation, sir, we are in an IMF program. Sir, if that is not confidence, I don't know what it is. And sir, this, sir, is what a government must be able to do for its people, especially, sir, when they're disadvantaged. When they're disadvantaged. No, sir, this is not about how much taxes are levied. This is about how do we save a country, sir? How do we create the conditions for stability that allows every single Barbadian to be able to go about their business with confidence, so that they can, within their communities, sir, start to work with other people to be able to help share, sir, in the prosperity that this Barbados Labour Party intends to rebuild for the future of this country. And the Prime Minister certainly, in my view yesterday, delivered a presentation, sir, that was as comprehensive as one I've ever heard any Minister of Finance deliver in this House. And notwithstanding, sir, that it is just 10 months. It is just 10 months. And the Prime Minister, sir, I must say, I watch her very, very carefully. Very, very carefully. The Prime Minister understands what is required, sir, to get this country moving again. And the Prime Minister, sir, is leading this government every day, demanding of each of us, sir, demanding of each of us in the cabinet and each of us as MPs, sir, to make sure that we get into our communities, sir, and make sure that we can start as a government, sir, to save families again in this country. And so as we execute our program, sir, over the next fiscal year, yes, we want to see growth. Yes, we want Barbadians to be able to take advantage of opportunities. But, sir, it is the stability within families, the stability within communities, sir. That is what will save this country, sir. Because as a government, we have created the conditions, sir, where nobody's thinking about devaluation anymore, because we did what we had to do to deal with that. When it comes to debt, sir, we have restructured on the domestic side. We're in the process of dealing with the external side to bring that to resolution. And sir, I would have to say that Barbadians haven't experienced 22 or 24 downgrades in the last 10 years. So many can't even remember, sir. That any reference, sir, any reference, what he said? A single type model. Any reference, sir, to the work that this government has done in the last 10 months as a single type model, sir, when we receive, sir, a triple notch upgrade, sir, any reference to a single type model with respect to fiscal policy, sir, is an insult to the people of this country. As I say, sir, you can criticize, but don't insult the intelligence of the people of this country. Sir, as the Prime Minister says, we are passing the right road signs. But the people of this country, sir, its government, we need to stay the course. Stay the course. Stay the course. It was only a few days before one jump off. Only a few days. He didn't stay the course. But we are saying to the people, sir, you stay with the Barbados Labour Party. Because our track record, sir, we are starting to deliver again for the people of this country. We have to stay the course. Because as we put money back into the economy this year, sir, strategically, because, sir, next week, Friday, sir, thousands of pensioners will receive up to $30,000, sir, as part of the debt restructuring. Those tax refunds that are coming in July, sir, for the persons who are owed millions of dollars, sir, in personal income tax, sir, and then those for the companies that are owed VAT, sir, in July, again, sir, will start to give an injection at the right time, sir. So to some people, sir, it may seem as if it's ad hoc, but sir, when you sit down and you plan, and with the best will in the world, sir, we are on a mission to save this country. All 30 of us in here, sir, we sat, all 30 of us, we sat and we crafted the plan. We are now executing that plan, sir. The same plan. The same plan. The same plan. And the people, sir, throughout 2019, in my view, will start to understand why it is that the Barbados Labour Party walked the length and breadth of this country and said to the people of this country that if you give us the vote and you elect us, that we are going to make a substantial difference in the lives of ordinary Barbadians. Now, sir, as I said, for the Ministry of Finance, yes, we have to make sure the numbers add up. But it is not just about how the numbers add up, sir. The execution of our programs and reaching the largest number of people and the largest number of families, sir, is the mission of the Barbados Labour Party for the next year. And each member in here, including the leader of the opposition, he has his role to play too, because we have people to meet in his constituency. And the reality is, sir, that this country and this government, sir, we have to stay the course. And this government intends to stay the course, because we have not yet reached the shore, we have not yet reached safety, and therefore we will continue, sir, to make sure that those who are most vulnerable, that we protect. And therefore the use of our fiscal or tax policy will be targeted, sir. And the Prime Minister articulated very clearly yesterday precisely who we are targeting. And the reality, sir, is that we can't give everybody all the relief that they would like all at the same time. Because when you're in the hospital, sir, they don't give you all the medication one time. It will kill you. It will kill you. You can't take 7 days of medication in a day. You will overdose, sir. That has been the plan. That has always been the plan. The leader of the opposition knows that that was the plan.
When he signed the manifesto.
When he signed, actually, when you look in the manifesto, sir, next to the signature of the Prime Minister, the closest one, sir, the closest one is the leader of the opposition. Look at there, look. I don't know, sir, I don't know if that's fortuitous or what. But seriously, sir. Check it.
Huh?
Check it. This was always the plan, sir.
Sorry.
This was always the plan. No, sir. No, sir. This is not a frivolous matter.
On a point of order, what do you raise? Honourable member? Continue.
Mr. Speaker,
Member has 5 more minutes.
Yes, I appreciate that, sir. I appreciate that. No. Sir, this exercise that we are going through here, sir, is one that is very important to articulate to the country, sir, precisely where we intend to go and where we intend to take this country. Because if we dwell, sir, on the situation that we found this country in and not provide, sir, the strategic direction and leadership for the country, we will not have done our job, sir. We will not have done our job. And the people, sir, are relying on this government staying the course to deliver the kind of relief that they would like to see for themselves and their families. And then, sir, as I said, we are starting to deliver that relief. And a responsible government, sir, understanding that the situation that we were left in does not admit for us to do all of the things that we would love to be able to do. Sir, we had to make some choices. And in making choices, sir, we had to do things quickly. And in doing things quickly, sir, part of the reason for that, sir, is that we need growth to start to come back as quickly as possible. And so therefore, part of the reason that we've gone through this process of looking not just at Ministry A or Ministry B, Ministry C, we've brought, throughout this exercise, sir, ministries together and said, look, you are interacting with the community in this way, you are interacting in that way, but there's nobody communicating across there to make sure that we are reaching the maximum number of persons, the maximum number of households. And so we are in a process, sir, not just of modernizing, but we are in the process of changing the way, sir, that we deliver the governance of this country. And sir, I am intimately familiar with the numbers in the budget. But as I said to you, sir, it's not about numbers. It is about making sure that the residents of Wharton and Kingston, those in Sheraton, Lodge Road, sir, Churchill, that they can start to see the kind of future that they used to see under previous Barbados Labour Party government. And that as we go through 2019, sir, and that the rest of Barbados, sir, that they are included, sir, in the growth that we expect to deliver. And so we are asking Barbadians, sir, and I am asking certainly the constituents in Christchurch East Central to stay the course. Because you stay on this ship, sir, in the direction that has been charted by the Honourable Prime Minister, who has strategically, sir, ensured that we do not leave anybody behind. And sir, with the best will in the world, we have also tried to make sure that for those persons who may be most vulnerable, that we continue, sir, not just to look out for them, but to make sure that we take them and put them at the front, sir, of any adjustment with respect to what needs to happen so that the effects would be mitigated as much as we can. And sir, this budget that was presented yesterday, I think strategically, sir, sets the broadest possible context such that the country understands that we need to get moving and that every citizen, sir, every citizen must now stay the course. And with those few words, sir, I am obliged to you.
I bless you. Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And unlike the member for St. Michael West, I enjoy reading passages from the Bible, and I've tried my best to start most of my speeches here with a passage.
You're saying unlike the member?
Unlike the member who said in his speech that he has refrained from referring to the Bible. He said it just now. I heard it very clearly. Right. But I don't refrain from reading from the Bible. And And I want to read Psalm 100. Make a joyful noise unto the Lord, all ye lands. Serve the Lord with gladness. Come before his presence with singing. Know ye that the Lord, he is God. It is he that hath made us, and not we ourselves. We are his people, and the sheep of his pasture. Enter into his gates with thanksgiving, and into his courts with praise. Be thankful unto him, and bless his name. For the Lord is good, his mercy is everlasting, and his truth endureth to all generations. Amen. And I thank the Lord for his word. You know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I have known the member for St. Michael West for a long time. I have been to his church in Station Hill. Indeed, at one point, he'd offered to baptize me. This is a fact. I am not joking. I also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sat next to the Honourable Member for 5 years on this back bench. And when the Honourable Member makes a sermon, you can feel it coming from his heart. And he makes a good sermon, and he captivates you, and he keeps you listening to every single word, because it is his sermon. When the Honourable Member made a speech from the back bench, he captivated. He taught the people of Barbados and the people of this house. He spoke from his heart because it was his speech. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the presentation today was not his. It was not his speech. It was not his presentation. It was clear because he said so. He said that this part was from Dr. Corbyn, and he said that this part was from Mr. whatever his name is, I can't remember now. He said so. And we all know part was from Uncle O too. Because Uncle O said he was going to give him the information.
On the point.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member is clearly misleading the House. This behaviour is reprehensible.
What do you raise a point on the point of order?
Yes, he's misleading the entire House. This behaviour is reprehensible. I expect you, as the presiding officer, to treat to that.
But I don't find any point of order.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I am being savaged by a sheep.
We will go down.
All right.
We will go down that road.
Anyway,
just
let me get on to my speech.
Debate, please.
Pardon?
Get on with the debate. Go ahead.
I can get on with the speech. Yeah. I can get on with the speech. But it was just to say that it was clear that the honourable member was not speaking from his heart. And it was not only clear to all in this house, it was clear to all watching abroad. And I know when the honourable member gives a good speech, and the honourable member can give a good speech. He can. He can give a good speech when it is his. But that one was not his. It was not his. Mr. Deputy Speaker. Well, there you are. I know you can't hear our sides, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Let's continue.
But there was some question to the voice being one of Jacob and the hand being one of Esau. I understand. Another Bible reference. Anyway, I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna move on, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It would be remiss of me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to make my presentation to this honourable House without first remembering the people of Christchurch West. Because without that foundation of the people of Christchurch West, I would not be here to be able to give this presentation. And I would want to start by thanking them, and thanking all of them who voted for me, the few that did not vote for me, and those that did not vote at all. Because at the end of the day, when you are elected as a member of Parliament, you represent all of those people. And I take my representation of the people of Christchurch West very, very seriously, as do all the other members in here as members of the Barbados Labour Party. And with that, I try my best to meet their needs and commitments, their needs and their wants as best as I can. But I have one singular project that I'm working on, of which I'm very proud. And I want to bring it to the public's attention. It has to do with the school called Arthur Smith, the only school that we have in Christchurch West. And we all know the difficulties and the state of schools, especially what the bathrooms have fallen into disrepair and so on. And we took it upon ourselves in the branch to repair and get repaired those bathrooms in Christchurch West. And I want to encourage the Ministry of Education to take on as a project to uplift the facilities, uplift just the bathrooms of the schools, maybe starting with the primary schools and moving into the secondary schools. Because if people can experience better surroundings and better facilities, they feel better about themselves, and they can grow up to be better and improved, contributing members of this society. And we as a people have to play our part to make something better for them than those that we found before. And of course, being the Minister for Transport and Works, you know, I had to get the first road. And I thought I would hide and get it, but the member for St. Michael South outed me here in this Parliament and told everybody that he see that I get the first road. Well, I had not owned it up, but I have decided to use this opportunity to own it and say, yes, I got the first road in Barbados that was done. But I got it not because I asked the ministry to do it. I got it because it was a partly unfinished road in a place called Evelyn Terrace. It was a road that was started and never finished, and the ministry took the opportunity to go and finish it, and I thank them for that, and the people of Evelyn Terrace thank them for that too. And I want to say, well, if I am the Minister of Transport, Works and Maintenance, I ain't get a road in my constituency, well, I'd be a foolish man. And the people of Christchurch West will say, well, you had to be foolish. So I want the people of Christchurch West to understand that when another minister come and tell them that I get a first road, I want you to understand, yes, I get the first road, and I take responsibility for it. And the people of Christchurch West appreciate that that road was done for them, because it was something that was left undone for years. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we have come to this office to fix things that were wrong and make wrong things right. And that is what we intend to do as a government and as a party and as a people of this country. And I finished half of Flagstaff too, I heard the honourable member, and we're about to finish the rest. So we've done quite a bit in the constituency. But more importantly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we've done a tremendous lot as a ministry, and we've done a lot as a government. I want to single out the lights on the highway that I encourage the member, who I'm his leader still for Christchurch East Central, to come and join me when we put the first lights on the highway to replace the lights and the poles that were knocked down. The people appreciate the improved lighting of the highway, and this is the first part of the 3,000 lights that we'll be putting on the highway together with the Minister for Christchurch East. So we are looking forward to getting lights back on the highway, and I look forward to it. I look forward to all the work that we did with the IDB program, all the roads along the ABC highway, all the roads leading to Greenland, the roads in St. Lucie, all the roads in CAF, and the roads that we're still doing like Flagstaff. And yes, Minister for St. Michael South, we're going to complete Fitz Village, and we're going to complete Melverton, Kings Village, and we're going to complete Melverton. We just did St. David's, we just did Codrington, we just did Ronald Matt, and we have a study for White Hill, and we're going to get that done too. I would have shared with the member for St. Andrew the study for White Hill, and once we can get that through Cabinet, I have no doubt we'll be working on White Hill as well. because the Ministry of Transport works. I mean, hear what name? Works because we work. The name works because we work. We operationalize the river terminal. We operationalize the river terminal, and we put our people in better facilities. And by so doing, we've brought some order to that terminal area. And that is the beginning of what we want to do with the public service vehicles. But we want other things. We want a bike trail on the old train line. And I put it forward, and we haven't had the Ministry of Finance approve it yet, but I want to make a suggestion. Because I heard very clearly the Prime Minister say that there were a lot of taxes on the sweet drink tax that weren't being collected. And I want to suggest, rather than those taxes going to consolidated fund, they should go into a fund to get the bike lane done on the old train line. Because what that will do, that bike lane will not only take people off of the road, and it would encourage wellness, it would encourage another tourist attraction. It's land that we do not have to acquire because this old train line is already Crown lands, and it will add a significant attraction to our infrastructure. It will allow opportunities for people to have small businesses, kiosks along the road, all sorts of things. Take the sugar tax and put it to the bike lane. It's only $6 million to start. It's something that the Ministry of Finance should consider. It will be a benefit to the people of Barbados. And I'm going to go further in the next estimates, because at the end of the day, this is the speech for the appropriation bill. We're going to do 13 new craft roads, 10 new IDB roads, and we're going to get Highway 7 resurfaced from Dover all the way down to the Arch in Bridgetown. So those are the roads. From licensing, what we're working on is shorter wait times for driving tests. You know, it's unconscionable that if you fail your drive test, you got to wait 6, 7, 8 months to get retested. That's what the last administration put in place by not having a better system to get drive tests, not having enough people. We're going to get more driving instructors, more drive test officers, and we're going to reduce that wait time for drive tests. We have received 6 cameras and 6 printers to be able to print your driver's licenses faster and more efficiently. You know, when we came to office, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they had 1 camera and half a printer. We used to have to go and get parts from the other printer, put it in that printer to keep it working all the time. And from time to time it would break down. Well, all that is going to become a thing of the past. The officers are now being trained, and very shortly we're going to have cameras in 3 different locations, printers in 3 different locations, and it'll be a thing of the past. You have to wait hours to take your picture to get your new driver's license printed. This is what we've been working on in the ministry. We're looking at something that the Honourable Member, the Minister in the Ministry of Finance, tells me a lot about, something called vanity plates. And hoping once we can get that idea through Cabinet, that is another concept that we're looking at. Drainage. In addition, you would have heard me say in the well that we're looking to map every single well in Barbados. And not only map it to show where it is, but also to keep a record of when it was cleaned, when last it was cleaned, what depth it is, what you need to do, whether it has culverts, what feeds it, so that we have a full understanding of where we are and a full maintenance program, because we need to mitigate flooding and to enhance drainage within this country. We are very, very shortly making a floodplain for Chapman Lane, so that never again would we have the flooding. The member for the city would want this, so that we never again have the flooding in Chapman Lane that we had. And we're going to make Murphy Pass to the floodplain, which means that rather than the houses get flooded, there will be a channel that moves away from the houses over to the pasture. This is what we're working on. We're exploring the possibilities of park and ride. We have a program called the TAP program. It's a transport augmented program, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that later. And yes, Prime Minister, I heard you very clearly say that planning gains have been made when you give people the opportunity to cut up agricultural land and to divide those lands for low-income earners and to reduce the density in areas like, I'm sure you said Bonnets. I'm sure you said Bonnets and St. Matthias. But I heard you clearly said that the Ministry of Transport and Works must put in the roads.
Lower income earners.
Yeah, but we're not only going to put in the roads, we're going to put in the roads, we're going to put in the wells, we're going to do the drains, we're going to do the lights.
Right.
Because we have to be able to make those lands available to the people of this country who've helped to build this country and worked hard to put us in the positions that we're in now. And it is those people on whose shoulders that we stand, and we have to make things better for them. And I'm sure the Prime Minister said Bonnets and St. Matthias as being accessing those areas, but I will check it. I will check it back. I wanna say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this Barbados Labour Party, we were not elected to do the things that were easy. We were elected to do the things that were hard. And we've done those hard things. We have saved the Barbados dollar. That was not easy, but we have done it. We have brought this country back from the brink. We have reduced the debt. When we came to office, this country was the third most indebted country in the world. We are not there now. We have dropped significantly down and made our debt to GDP much, much better. We have reversed those downgrades, and we are now looking at upgrades. We have fixed the South Coast Sewage Project. We have restored confidence in Barbados. We've done all of that. We have done all of that in 10 short months, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We have put this country back on a growth path. And let me remind you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when I was in opposition from 2008 to 2013, I remember every year that there was a budget or estimates. The growth or the projected growth was 0.1 or 0.2 or 0.3. It was essentially zero growth year after year, year after year, for 10 years. Because the last administration substituted growth for debt. That's what they did. No growth and enough debt. But we have turned that around. We have reduced the debt, and we are bringing back growth to this country because we have a growth plan set out by the Honourable Prime Minister, and we are executing that plan. Where else in the Caribbean can you hear of hotels bringing 1,500 rooms, 3,000 jobs? I was particularly interested in the ones that relate, of course, to Christchurch West. Caribbean Hotel. I look forward to it. It has been an eyesore for a long time. I knew Caribbean when it was in its glory. And I look forward to seeing the Caribbean Hotel. For those of you who do not know, Caribbean Hotel is the one next to the Hastings Rocks. And I understand that they're not only doing Caribbean Hotel, they're doing the land next door and the two pieces of land opposite too. And they're going to develop that whole area to bring back some life to that section of Christchurch West. And right on the boardwalk, may I ask, may I say. And on top of that, there's going to be an upgrade to Blue Horizon. So we look forward to these improvements in Christchurch West, and we look forward to getting lots of jobs from these improvements in Christchurch West too. What does that do? That unlocks investment. And that is what confidence has done. We have solved the Clicquot problem, where 70% of the people who invested in Clicquot will get back $20,000 of what they put in. Something that the other administration tried to solve and could not get a solution. And if you were to check Hansard, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would see that when this Clicquot thing first started, I told the people of this nation that that was a Ponzi scheme. I told them that. When a good Bajan parlance, my words didn't drop to the ground. Because it was proven to be a Ponzi scheme. True. And I'm going to go further. I met a man, a senior man by now, who I knew for 36 years. And he gave me a message. He gave me a message about that CLICO thing. He told me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and it brought tears to my eyes. He told me that he sold the only business he had, that he worked in from the time he was 16 years old. Built up that business. I ain't going to say what the business was because people might know or be able to make the connection between me and him. Needless to say, he lived very, 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 very close to me. He built up that business. He sold the business and invested in CLICO. Put all of his life savings in it. Believe it was $500, $600, whatever, $1,000. And from the time that business crashed, he has lived like a pauper ever since. And the message he gave to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is this. He said that the then Prime Minister of Barbados knew what was going on in CLICO. And not only knew what was going on, but it was clear that he was complicit in it too. And he said to me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, he felt that that man should be dug up from being buried in St. John and go and bury him in the institution at Dodds today. Because he felt so strongly about what had been done to him. Mr. Deputy Speaker, for a company to have had the liabilities of $600 million with assets of only $100 million, and the people of this country, the hard-working people of Barbados, you, me, everybody in here, everybody that can hear my voice, and children that will become adults over the next few years, have to carry a debt of $500 million. $500 million worth of debt that we may have to carry to pay back what those people lick out. It's nothing short of ridiculous and scandalous. And that's what we've had to deal with. $500 million. You know how much poor people homes $500 million could have fixed?
That's right.
You know how much buses it could have buy? You know how much garbage trucks it could have buy? You know how much parcels of land we could have given to people with $500 million that CLICO thing can be costing us? It is a scandal. It is a scandal, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And then people walking about here laughing up and skinning up in people's face. I won't tell you what else he told me that he would have done if he had a gun. I won't tell you. But it's scandalous. And I pray to God that the Attorney General finds something to lock up them people on. I pray to God about it.
5 more minutes, Mr. Member.
5?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I only on page 3 and I got 12 pages. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to go through real fast.
Yes.
I'm going to go through real fast. Just to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the TAP program is important. I'm going to go straight to the Transport Board because the Transport Board and the whole issue of the Transport Board is important to the people of Barbados. And I'm going to go straight to it. First, let me say that the Transport Board has been spending, and the Prime Minister said it, $60 million, $70 million a year, only taking in 20, sometimes 15, based on bus availability. That clearly is unsustainable. There is no way that we could continue with a Transport Board spending 60 and only taking in 20. So we have to restructure the Transport Board. It's a given. And further, it cannot be that you only have 50, 60 buses and 250 drivers. Because if you got two drivers can't drive a bus at the same time. So it meant that many days people were coming to work and having to be paid, but not having a bus to drive for a day, 2 days, 3 days. That's a fact. So what have we done? The Prime Minister took the time and came and met with the board and explained the process, the workers, and what we were going to do. Some people have opted for voluntary separation, and we understand that, and we're going to do that, but we're going to go through the process. But part of the process includes making the system better as well. So we're going to improve the system by bringing in some Bs and ZRs and whatever we have to do to augment the process. So we're going to have the transport augmentation program, bringing in some public service vehicles to help us to meet the needs of the transport board. And I'm going to make it clear, those are going to be branded transport board with logos and transport board, which means that the senior citizens will be traveling free on those. Yeah. The school children in uniform will be traveling free. And let me make it clear, the increase in bus fares, that's not going to change that school children in uniform are going to be driving free on the buses. That's not going to change that the senior citizens are going to be driving free on the buses. They're still going to be free on the buses. But yes, we had to get an increase. Yes, we have to make the transport board leaner. And how are we going to do that? We're going to do that by bringing back charters. We're going to do that by putting in a cashless system. We're going to do that by getting advertising on the bus. And we're going to empower all those people that were separated by then making them come back and drive for any concessionaires that are brought in. We are not beholden to anybody. And I heard the Honourable Member for St. Michael West talk about we are beholden to any new person bringing in electric buses. We are not. And it's no MF program either. We are making sure that we have a resilient, strong, and effective transport board.
That's right.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take off my glasses for this. There is nobody, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that hurts more than me when I drive along and see the children of Barbados at a bus stop at 9:30 or 10 o'clock or 10:30 or 11 o'clock, when I know that they should be at school and getting an education that we, the people of Barbados, paying for, an education that will be able to serve them for the rest of their lives. It hurts me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, when people call or WhatsApp or send an email to tell me that their child hasn't gotten home yet and it's 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, and I get the reports that the bus from the transport board has not arrived and it's dark. It pains me. It hurts me to the core.
All members are.
Yes, and it's sad, and it's something that we are working on. Many sleepless nights to try to improve that system. And I want to assure the people of Barbados that we told you that we are going to fix it, and we will fix the transport board. We will fix it. Yeah. With respect to the discounts, we recognize that $3.50 is a lot for the average person to pay. And any good transport system in the world has discount tickets for frequent users. And we are going to engage whoever it is, sit down and get the numbers right, so that when we put together the package and market what those discounts will be, it will be a sure-footed package. It will be an understanding that we've gotten it right and made it right for all people. So whether you're a frequent user, taking 2 buses a day, or two buses a week, whether it's a 7-day trip, a 6-day week, whatever it is, we're going to sit down, we're going to get discounts, and we're going to get it right. Because the people of Barbados deserve the best transport board and the best transport system that this country can provide, and we're going to make it right for the people of Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I could not take my seat without thanking, first and foremost, the Minister in the Ministry of Transport and Works. Because without him, we could not have done half of the things that we were able to do. And I thank the member for St. Lucie for being there and supporting me every single step of the way in the ministry. I want to thank all of the managers at the Ministry of Transport and Works, because we, every Wednesday, have our management meetings and try to plot the way forward for the ministry. And we're working hard and we're getting results, and I want to thank them for that. But I want to go further. I want to thank all the men that work in the depots, all the men that work on the streets, all the people that do the weeding, all the men that painting at night now, and yes, we're painting at night now, and they're getting a lot more productivity than painting in the day.
That's right.
All the men that paving, every every single person that works in the Ministry of Transport and works and maintenance, because they're working hard, and we're working as a team, and we're unified, and we're going to make this country better, and we're going to make the Ministry of Transport and Works the best ministry in this country.
Thank you. Thank you. Very well. Very well said. Member for Christchurch West Central.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me first raise this red flag today to say thanks unequivocally to those good people of Christchurch West Central, especially those who stood in the sun today to greet me and to support me, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say thanks today to the Royal Highnesses, the Prince of Wales and the Duchess of Cornwall. Mr. Speaker, what they brought to this country in terms of selflessness, certainly, and humility is something that us in Barbados can certainly appreciate, and our young people. Mr. Speaker, I want to say a special thanks also to Lionel Rishi, who is now the ambassador for the Prince Trust, a trust which is able to lend immeasurable support for our young people over the years. And Mr. Speaker, last but certainly not least, I want to say thanks and congratulations to the Member of Parliament, certainly for St. Michael, North East, and the Prime Minister of this country for bringing a budget that seeks to rescue, restore, and rebuild this country. And Mr. Speaker, in the words of Uncle Rishi himself, she's not once, twice, but 3 times a lady. And certainly, this country have more than one reason to thank this Prime Minister. But Mr. Speaker, where did we come from? That is the question I must ask. Where were we prior to May the 25th last year? We were at a stage where our country was at the bottom of the socio-economic chasm, at the precipice of destruction. Mr. Speaker, we were at jump-bound status. Barbados now is at an investment grade that we can say as a proud country, we can punch above our weight. And I'm saying that is due to the hard work of every single member in this chamber. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at what happened, and the Minister in the Ministry of Finance certainly can attest to the fact that he had a conversation with me. He told me that billions of dollars went missing in this country. It was despoiled. Mr. Speaker, there was an abracadabra moment in every single ministry. I call it the politics of sorcery. Money disappeared. And Mr. Speaker, we had to account for this money. So we had to bring measures in place to tighten our belts. And we are asking Barbadians to walk with us in the journey. We have to make some sacrifices. And I know that Buja is coming in the next couple of days. He will say, Buja Banton. He coming in the next couple of days and he has a song that says, it's not an easy road. Don't mind the glamour and the glitter. Life is not a bed of roses. And I'm saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is not an easy road, but we have to make sacrifices. And the good old Butley's eyes will tell you, it tastes bad, but it works. We have to give the measures the opportunity to work. And I want to tell the Member of Parliament, certainly of St. Michael West, that although they want the $1.50 increase in bus fare, may amount on average to $720 annually, we are saying as a government, we are going to give back the same person a reverse tax credit of $1,300. So they still have a saving of $580 extra in their pocket. And I want to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, that we will bring measures to bear to ensure the basic survival of this country. And we say that as a government, there must be transparency and accountability. And so you saw, for the first time, a change as it relates to the lane of our appropriation bill in the well. And I must say to members who went in the well, it was a job well done. It was well worth it. We were able to bring to this country, we had ministers and senior technical members of the government being questioned about their spend and being made to account for the government spending. And this is unprecedented, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am saying you heard from the Minister of Health, the Member of Parliament for the City of Bridgetown, as he talked about improving the accident emergency so that health care will be something that is enjoyed by all Barbadians. Health care must not be something that we take in a whimsical way. Health care is of utmost importance. And then you hear him talk about the polyclinics being open for 24 hours. This is the type of revolutionary changes that you hear from the Minister of Health. And you also hear from the Minister of Transport how he intends to fix all the roads and potholes in Barbados. And how that his government will put measures in place to improve the bus system. You heard him speak just now at length. And I want to say that the Minister of Agriculture, you heard him talk about food security. I heard the Prime Minister in her presentation talk about the fact that she's livid about the fact that we in Barbados cannot produce local liver. And you hear about sustainable development in our agriculture. You hear him spoke about agroforestry. You heard him spoke about that at length. And deforestation and how that we have to secure our landscape. You heard the Minister of Education talk about how we have to put measures in place to treat our most vulnerable and how we treat those disadvantaged students. That is the type of discussions we had from this honorable chamber. And I'm saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is the discussion that will carry this government forward. And you heard the Prime Minister as well spoke about the Building Blocks project, recognizing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the moral test of any government is how we treat those that are most vulnerable, the at risk, those in the dawn of their lives. And I'm saying, when you had a government in the last decade, and Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I say this without apology, that can take $3 million, $3 million, and spend on a summer camp program where the catering of the project, and I can repeat, costs $3 million. And but you call it a fatted calf families first because the only person that benefited was the first that came in the family. And that is the sort of policy you brought. $3 million. You know, Bob Marley said, them belly full, but we starving. You spent $3 million for the caterers, and the young people of Barbados got absolutely nothing. They're still starving. And that is why we are suffering from youth disengagement in this country. Because if you will take that same $3 million, the Member of Parliament and the Honourable Prime Minister, Michael Northey says that $3 million will put in a project to build out the lives of our young people so that we will produce a safe and productive space where our young people can become part of the society, where they will have a voice and that they can live the Barbadian dream. That is what we are saying. We are not taking $3 million. When the curators told me it was like manna from the sky, but the only place that the manna fell was in his pocket. The young people then benefited. The people in Barbados then benefited. We don't mind manna falling from the sky if everybody benefit. Huh? But if you only can provide, remember the fatted calf families first. Only first family got the fatted calf. And the young people never got to hear of the calf. That is what happened in this country. And I am saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, youth disengagement is a big problem. Young people in this country don't feel that they have a tangible stake in what goes on in this country. And this only started on the last generation, under our last administration. Over the last decade, where that no programs were put in place to build out our young people. We are saying, I am saying as minister, and the ministry responsible for our young people, rest assured that they will have a voice in what happens in this country. So we have started a program recognizing that the young people feel disengaged. They don't feel part of this country and what goes on in the country. we start a program in the ministry which will be rolled out next month called Youth Talk, where we are encouraging young people across the length of breadth in every nook and cranny in Barbados to have a conversation with us. Not only policymakers, but with their peers and with all the technocrats and professional people, so that they will have a voice in this country. And we are not talking down to young people. We are asking young people to come with their ideas. They have the creative imagination. Almost everything great in this world has been created by our young people. And we are saying, give them the opportunity to have a discussion and to bring their thoughts to the table. That is what we are saying as a government. So Youth Talk, with a lot of our young people. And we started, and I think the Member of Parliament from St. Lucie will be happy, because we are starting in St. Lucie next month, and we are going around the length and breadth of Barbados. But we are not only saying to young people to talk your talk. That's not what we are saying. We are putting a group in place in the ministry who will be responsible for commissioning action to respond to the needs of the cries of our young people. And that group will be made up of a number of persons from other ministries as well. Because the young people are crying out like a voice in the wilderness, and we are saying, we hear your voice as a government of the day, and we are going to respond to your needs, your basic needs. That's what we are saying. And I am saying that youth disengagement under this government will become a thing of the past. The young people must have a safe space in Barbados. They must have a productive space. And when you look at the figures from the Ministry of Labor, youth unemployment in this country is at 30%. Youth unemployment is at 30%. School leavers, and our last research study, school leavers unemployment, persons between the age of 16 and 20, is currently at 70%. Unacceptable. And while this is happening, we have a previous government that the only thing they're interested in is putting money so that the fatted calf will get feed, and it will get fatter, so when it divides up, they will have the tangible stake. That is all that happened. So we are saying in the ministry, let us start an employment committee that is responsible for specifically looking at opportunities for our young people in terms of the job market, where we are not saying that we are taking the training, and I thank the Member of Parliament, the Prime Minister, for the $2.5 million put to train our young people in sports, creative culture, and visual arts, because our young people have a creative gene. And the reality is that in Barbados, we don't have gold and bauxite and any other resources like other countries. I don't even see a proper golden apple nowadays. That is the honest truth. But what we do have is the creative imagination of our young people, and that is what needs to buttress this country. And that is what is going to catapult this Barbados across the world. That is what we have as a country. A talent pool. That's what we have. And I'm saying that the $2.5 million will be used to train our young people in the sports and the creative culture and in the visual arts. And what we are also saying is that our training program, that is what we have started in the ministry, a program called the Next Step Training Initiative, a program and a project which looks at the employment opportunities. Gone are the days where we can just send persons to the Samuel Jackman Prescott Institute and produce carpenters and plumbers and tailors. The markets right now are congested. We have to look at the employment opportunities out there and start training our young people so it will be targeted and specific for the employment market, so that we can reduce the employment figure that we have in this country. That is what we are saying. We must have targeted training, and that is what we are doing as a government. So we have a unit in place that will look at the job market and see the employment opportunities. And I thank the Prime Minister, certainly, and this government for opening other opportunities, other dimensions. We now have the blue economy, an economy that is going to capture the imagination of our young people. As we look at the hydrosphere and see the job opportunities and what is out there, because there is a lot of sphere, there's a lot of purchase in the blue economy. We look at Circular Barbados, the recycling industry. You hear young people talk about hydroponics and aquaponics, things that we would never have heard over the last 20 years. Young people want to use their creative gene and their imagination to help build up Barbados. We are talking agriculture, we are talking the type of farming that we have never heard of. We had a conversation with the Argentina ambassador, and he's talking about fish offal and silage, on how we can employ young people to be involved in that market. Those are the sort of conversations we are having with our young people nowadays. And we say that we have to invest in them. Because if we lose one young person, we lose one too many. And I'm saying, as Minister of Youth, I will do everything in my power. I will work with every connective tissue of my being to ensure that young persons in this country have a voice, have a safe space, and that they can live the Barbadian dream. I have said already that there will not be two Barbadoses. There won't be a Barbados and a Barbados. So, in the same way we are saying to our young people, no, in the same way we are saying to our young people,
Get in there, Minister.
and I'm happy to say that, last week Monday, we started the building blocks project. I'm happy to say that too, because they say that it takes 9 months to born a baby, but I am a proud parent because the building blocks project started last week. And the interesting thing, the same young people that the last administration forgot about, the ones on the block, those that are most vulnerable, that were crying out in the wilderness. Those same young people, when the project started, we had catered for 35. It was oversubscribed because 65 young persons from Christchurch West turned up and occupied the Bonnet Center, where they didn't even have space for the 2 musty rats that a man talked about in the campaign trail. Major rats. You don't have space for that, because all the young people, I am saying all the young people from all the blocks in Barbados came so that they could be trained in entrepreneurship and get all the training required so that they can build up themselves in a figurative way and become part of this society. That is what happened. The same young people that we are saying the worst things about are those same young people. All they want is an opportunity, a mind stretched by a new experience. And once it's a good experience, will never go back to its old dimension. And we are saying to those young people, they have an opportunity. In the same way we are going to say, put down those weapons of destruction. Young fellas ask me, but Minister, we going to take up? I said, we have the tools of empowerment now. Because the Building Blocks Project will allow those young people, those same young people, to take decisions to do barbering. Yeah. And we can build them out in a literal way, because as part of our manifesto, we said that once a project is done in a community, and once the price is under $250,000, we are going to give the community the opportunity to be part of it. Because the community must feel the sense of entitlement. That's what we said. And we said in our manifesto, and those who really, I suspect, would know, that 5% of all contracts must go to young people too. And I'm happy to say that the blocks will be built out. And I thank the Prime Minister once again for taking the $3 million, because I would have never spent it and given caters to some cats. But thank her for giving me $3 million, because those young people will be employed as masons, carpenters. They'll be employed to build up this project, and they'll be built up across the length of breadth of Barbados. We are going to every single nook and cranny in Barbados. I went and did the first part of the project, which is the mapping and collection of data exercise, where we went and asked our young people what you want to do.
Right.
How do you want to be employed? How do you want to be part of Barbados? And they give us the information.
Well, please explain that project carefully. Just explain it because
Mr. Deputy Speaker, you get two
just across Barbados, let us hear what you're doing, please.
The first part of the project, Mr.
Yes.
Deputy Speaker, is the mapping exercise and collecting of data, which we did already.
Good.
The second aspect of it, Mr. Speaker, is what the youngsters in Brindisill is doing, coming to St. George North next week.
Thank you.
That project, I know you want to hear that, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I just want to hear what you do it. Tell
The
us.
next aspect of the project is how we can build them out in a figurative and academic way.
Yes.
Where those young persons go in the classroom, because we're saying we are not going to give you the structures and put businesses in your hand and leave you on a limb. We are not going to cut the umbilical cord, although it's 9 months in government. We are not going to cut the umbilical cord and leave these young people. We have a monitoring and evaluation exercise. And we are saying to our young people, we are going to provide that training for you. And that continuous training as well. Because after this, they're going to go in the same classrooms. And mind you, these same young people are everybody talking about. Mind you, these same young persons are the ones who tell us we want to do life skills too. We want to learn a resiliency sport. We want to come and do dance and theater. These same young people. And I'm saying to you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have to give those young people a chance and an opportunity, because one of the things that remain constant is the blocks. Those persons that live in those areas feel a sense of entitlement. They have been there for the better part of 40, sometimes 50 years. And even law enforcement go and remove the structures, just like, and now you know we have my girlfriend from St. Michael West, a consecrated man, which says, Proverbs 6 verse 6, go to yard, thou sluggard, learn her ways. Those young people know to work hard to build back up those blocks. So what we are saying is that they understand how to work already. They have certain qualities about them. Let us invest in our young people. Because at the high end, we are not only saying let us invest in the ones at the bottom of the spectrum. At the high end, the first thing we did as a government is to remove the albatross as it relates to tuition fees. We said as a government it was the worst decision ever. It's like walking up the ladder and then kicking it down after. It was the worst political decision ever in the history of Barbados when you charged students at the university tuition fee. And we said that's the first thing we did. It was a promise made and a promise kept.
Yes.
Because we removed tuition fees, and we are saying at the high end, those persons have the opportunity to excel in their academic sphere. That's what we said as a government. And we also said that the moral test is how we treat those at the bottom too. How we treat the disabled community. And that's why the disabled, as I speak today, we are forming a committee that is going to look at the young disabled people in this country. And I want to tell the member of Parliament of Christchurch West, because I was told to raise my right flag again for one of my constituents, because he's saying that in as much as we are advancing this country and we are looking at electronic buses, the blind person in this country, they can't hear the bus, so they're asking you to put a device so that I can have some sound. And I know the device, I already check it out, is one of the companies in Barbados selling it for $35, so you can look at that. But so are our disabled people in the community will feel part of the system. It's how we treat those persons that matter most. And the elderly, of course, I know I can't live here today about talking about the elderly. Those in the twilight of their years.
You have 5 more minutes to talk about
must feel part of this society.
5 more minutes.
I know I'm saying to you, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap up, because you know that I can't spend the whole day. But as I say, Mr. Speaker, we have a program coming to Barbados.
Let's hear it.
Called Beige to the World Got Talent. I want you to listen to the name carefully.
What's it called?
Beige to the World Got Talent. It means, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that every single Barbadian, young or old, because I'm not only the minister responsible for youth, but recognizing that communities must be able to mentor and nurture our young people and teach our young people. The Prime Minister, her wisdom, also put me to be responsible for communities. And I'm saying the communities must form a serious relationship. There must be a symbiosis between what happens in the community and what happens with our young people. And we must have mentorship.
Right.
The Trojans in the community, the old elderly folk in the community.
Mentorship.
Mentorship. And you, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, I don't know which age cohort you belong to, but I am speaking to you as well. And you are involved in my community project, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You can go and teach the good people and the youngsters in St. George when they're doing when they're into nefarious activity. You can say, stop, this is not the way.
That's right.
Each one of us must be responsible for our young people.
Agreed.
Each and every one of us.
I think that's the key.
And I think that because in the same way
Yes.
that a village may not raise a child, but a family would.
Yeah.
And I'm saying we have to start thinking of our young people as part of our extended family. And if we don't do that, we will lose a society. And I'm saying today I'm not prepared to do that.
That's good.
That's why as communities have to work together. We have to mentor our young people and love them too.
Agreed.
And love them because they were crying out. They are crying out. They're crying out for us to assist. They're crying out for the elderly people to tell them, you're doing wrong, put down that knife and that gun.
Right.
And we as a government, we are saying, not only putting them down, but we have an alternative.
That's right.
We will give you the choices, man. I know the Prime Minister talk about choices. I wrote a song called Choices too. I may not say it today, but another time, Mr. Deputy.
Okay. you know how many times you say it?
The Days to the World Got Talent will allow Barbados talent to be propelled around the world.
Yes.
And Uncle Lionel told me yesterday, well, don't bring them to American Idol. I said, but I have to try America Got Talent, British Got Talent, American Idol will include that too. Because every single place that our Barbadian talent can go, I am willing to push them, especially our young people.
Yes, yes.
So, the person who win the competition, I want to say now, because it's starting next month. I won't want to say which constituency, but it may be the epicenter of Christchurch, in Christchurch, in Oysters Christchurch. We plan to start the tournament in Oysters Christchurch next month, where we will have a competition in every single constituency, and the winner goes on to a finals, and that person have the opportunity to put their talents around the world. Whether it's America's Got Talent, Britain's Got Talent, or American Idol, according to Uncle Lionel. But the thing, or X Factor, as my good friend here said. But the thing about it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't have, as I said, other resources, but we have the talent. So whether it's the ventriloquist, we have one that was a Prime Minister before, but whether it's a contortionist, whether you can eat fire, you may be able to eat fire.
When you can make millions disappear.
You may make millions disappear. You may practice sorcery. Whatever your talent is,
yes.
I am saying, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us expose it to the rest of the world, and that's what I'm saying to you.
Yeah, right.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Okay, wait up now.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, let me wind down because I have to wind down. Mr. Deputy Speaker. The reality is that our young people in our communities must feel a sense of entitlement. Any government that is serious about its people
Agreed.
must be serious about its most vulnerable. That's the point. The moral test of any government is how it treats its most vulnerable.
Yeah.
This government, and I as minister, will do every single thing. I will move with every sinew of my being, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to ensure that we pass that moral litmus test. And we will do it under the astute leadership of Mayor Mamadi, Prime Minister of this country.
Honourable.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, in closing, because I keep it a special quote that I have put aside here, Mr. Speaker. It goes like this. It's from Alvin Toffler, and you may know him because you are past the age. You passed the sexagenarian of the age.
What was that?
The most, and I want to be as lucid as possible, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The most unfortunate message, Mr. Deputy Speaker, communicated to our young people today by the society, the most unfortunate message, and I repeat, communicated to our young people by society, is that we can exist without them, and that they're not needed. That society can run itself quite easily until at some point, at some time, some distant time, the young people will take over the reign. Now this is wishful thinking, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, society is not running itself. because the success of any country needs all the energy, the brains, the imagination, and the fortitude and talents of our young people. The young people have these things in abundance. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, let us tap into them. For society to attempt to solve its desperate problems without the full participation of our young people is the true definition of imbecile. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we don't have the imbeciles in Barbados. We have proud young people who, under my watch, can become true craftsmen of their faith. Mr. Deputy Speaker,
Very good. Member for the City of Bridgetown.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, after such a passionate intervention by the Honourable Member, I think it is time that I beg to move that the House be suspended for dinner until 8:40 p.m.
The question is that this House be now suspended for dinner until 8:40 p.m. All members in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This House is now suspended until 8:40 p.m. tonight.